The April 4th, 2012 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on internet, www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not preclude you from speaking under the public comment, citizens participation, or specified public hearing items. If there is anyone present today who has a need for hearing impaired equipment, please see the city clerk's staff. If you parked in the parking garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered, please exit to your right and then see the security personnel in the front hall at the entrance. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Dr. S.S. Rogers, the Greater Mountain Sinai MRMI, Inc., and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
May we bow our heads. Dear Father, I come to you in the mighty name of Jesus, thanking you and praising you for our great nation. I thank you for the plans you have given to our forefathers by which to govern our nations and for the divisions and the power to that our destiny does not rest in the hands of one individual. I am praying for these in authority. I therefore lift up our congressmen, both House of Representatives, our senators. We pray that by our power, our legislation, the bodies would make laws that are just. Father, I ask you to give our city councilmen, our media, that we would be able to continue to move forward, that our economy will be sustained and we'll be able to move forward. Our residents will be able to see better increase. Our unemployment will drop. Through our city councilmen and through our city and our clerk, that we'll be able to do the thing that will be right in thy sight. Lift us. We thank you now for the building that we are now standing in, the motivation for our communities around to see what marvelous job our city councilmen are doing. Bless our mayor and all those who is in position. We bless you now. In the name of the Father, the name of the Son, and the name of the Holy Spirit. Lord, these now are the blessing we ask in your Son, and for your sake we pray. And all the people respond by saying, Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Much better.
There's an aroma from
This is brand new too.
While our councilmen and lady are walking forward, I want you to know that we have a brand new podium to bring us closer to you, and the aroma of the finish on it is very strong up here. But I will tell you that it's all in good health. I know that. This is a green building, so we will not pass out from the aroma here. This is a very exciting morning for us because we have been minus a council person for a little while now, and that seat is going to be filled. And it's going to be filled by a gentleman who over the years has devoted himself to service in our state. And we are very proud, and it's my honor to ask Councilman Bob Beers to come forward, please, to administer the oath of office to our Ward 2 councilman. I'm going to ask you to come to your stage right, our left, and come to the podium, not so far away. Goodness. With Councilman Beers today are his wife, Sarah. If you will raise your hand so everybody, I lost you there. Thank you. His daughter, Lindsay. I saw this beautiful girl before. There she is. His son, Kyle, handsome football player. Where are you? Junior. And his father, Frank. Where are you, Frank? There you are. His mother could not be with us today. And Pat and Sarah's parents, Ken and Grace Johnson. Saw them too. This is really exciting for us. Now, for the purpose of this morning's ceremony, Bob, would you please raise your right hand? Okay. Do you, Bob Beers, solemnly swear you will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign, and state that you will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding, that you are not under any direct or indirect obligation to vote for, appoint, or elect any person to any office, position, or employment in the government of the city of Las Vegas, that you are a bona fide resident at the stated address, and that you will faithfully perform the duties of the office in which you are about to enter, so help you God.
I do.
Congratulations to you. Congratulations. We are pleased, and Councilman Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem Anthony, Councilman Anthony, we are pleased to present to Councilman Beers your certificate of election, and congratulations to you. Where is the certificate? If you would hand it to him, please. And we are I know we're going to have some pictures taken, but first, Councilman, welcome, and we wish you the best. And would you care to say a few words?
I feel a little bit like Councilman Ross's granddaughter sounds. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the hundreds of people who helped me get elected and the thousands of people who voted for me. I'm going to do the best job I can. I think our valley's history, our little outpost in the desert here, is rife with examples that show us that just getting elected is probably a poor performance indicator for public service, so let's get working.
And I want you to know he's always smiling. I know there's somebody here who has greased your chair before, but not in this council chambers. Where are you? Former councilman, now district attorney. Please rise. We thank you. Steve Wolfson. We know you envy his position and would like to come back to us, but you've got a big job, so you do it. At this time, would there be anybody who wants to take some photographs? If we could slide this aside. Councilman Beers, Councilman Coffey, can you come closer? Yes. We'll get closer. Okay. More close. Okay. 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 Thank you very much.
Bring your family up here and get some pictures. Thank you, Robert.
Right by your husband. Right by your husband. I will
Frank, come on
step
up
here
here.
too.
I can sit
Because
in
I'm
front.
tall. Right. Get around your dad.
Couple more.
Okay.
Hold on. I know I will.
I know.
How you doing? Good. Come on in here.
Congratulations. Okay,
Absolutely.
where are we looking? Count off, please, so we know where we're looking.
One more. Oh, perfect. There you go. Come on in. Absolutely.
Great. Well, it's a very special moment, so we're very excited. Congratulations. So you don't go anywhere. You're in work.
I gotta go.
You're at work. Congratulations. All right. Watch out. Don't get swiped.
Oh, no, come on in. No. Okay.
Much. Okay. And it's quickly, doesn't it? Okay. Are we still, Councilman? We're still waiting? Okay. Continuing now with the ceremonial portion of the agenda for our next item, Councilman Barlow will recognize National Library Week. Please, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I have the distinct honor and pleasure of recognizing the Las Vegas Clark County Library Board for a wonderful job that they continue to do throughout the community and the world as well. It is my esteemed privilege to recognize National Library Week taking place April 8th through April 14th. Since 1958, the National Library Week has been observed to celebrate the contributions of our nation's library and to promote library use and support. I want to take the opportunity to encourage you all to revisit your nearest library. I promise you will be impressed. Our community is richer because of the 25 urban and rural branches of our award-winning Las Vegas Clark County Library District. Our newest branch is the Windmill Library, which houses the outstanding administrative team that fills our libraries. With fantastic ease, the library has historically served our nation's great equalizer of knowledge and gathering place, a neutral environment for all ages, races, and social status. The library levels the playing field by making both print and online information available and accessible to all people. If you haven't yet familiarized yourself with how to access e-media, you are in store for a delightful new library experience. Please indulge in the library's cultural heritage collections and programs, which includes job-seeking resources, English as a second language, citizenship classes, and many other creative programs and materials vital to our community. Need I mention the plethora of opportunities for youth to be engaged? Without further ado, I would like to bring forward the Executive Director, Ms. Jeannie Goodrich, and also my dear friend, Ms. Karen Bramwell. Where are you, Karen? I know I saw you somewhere. Come forward as well, Karen, if you will. And Ms. Goodrich, please share with us all of the great and exciting and new technological programs that you all have going on in the library. And just this past Saturday, I had the opportunity to visit your library for the e-music and e-book download that the what was the name of the trailer that came in? The digital bookmobile that came in this Saturday, and it was a great experience. So thank you so very much for all that you do, and please share with us some more information that you have for us.
Thank you, Councilman, Mayor, council members. It's a delight to be here. We have a special proclamation or special recognition of National Library Week every April. It runs April 8th through 14th. But our libraries are special every single day of the year. And here in Las Vegas, because of the type of workforce we have, we're extraordinary in the country in having libraries that are open 7 days a week. And we've been able to maintain that even during our hard times, because we know during hard times people need access to the library services and materials even more than they need during times that aren't so hard. Councilman Barlow mentioned the digital bookmobile that he visited. We have e-media of all types available for download, e-books, audio books, video, and we encourage people to visit their library. I just wanted to mention a couple of things this morning, especially because we have so many people in the audience. We've got a cooperative activity going on with the Clark County School District called Each One Read One. It's a community-wide reading program that encourages reading among our young people. This year's book is especially targeted for kindergarten through third grade. It's called Do Unto Otters, a book about manners by Lori Keller. We also have a wonderful event that I love going to every year, every April, El Dia de los Niños, El Dia de los Libros, which means Children's Day, Book Day. We have events all over the district. We have story times in English and Spanish. We have lots of activities, and we bring in people from other social service and community agencies such as PBS to talk about the services that they can provide to community members. We also have April Library Card Sign-Up Month this month. If you sign up for a library card, you get a chance to win a family 4-pack to go to Madame Tussauds Wax Museum. They have some new exhibits up now. If you already have a library card, you can get a 50% discount this month, so it's a good time to go down to the museum if you haven't been there recently. And then finally, especially because we have so many young people here, I want to encourage you, as well as the adults in the audience, to get involved with the summer reading program. Many children don't read on their own during the summer. Probably most of us were not that way. I know I couldn't keep away from books, but a lot of kids are out playing games, and they lose their reading skills. They can lose as much as a half a year's reading advancement if they don't keep reading. So if you sign up beginning June 1st with our summer reading program, it'll keep you reading. It's fun. You've got a chance to win prizes, and we actually have 3 age groups. We have preschoolers, and it's important for young children, even before they can read, to get acquainted with books and the joy of reading so that they're ready to learn to read when they go to school, elementary school children, and then teenagers. So National Summer Reading Program starts June 1st. With that, I'd like to thank all of you for recognizing National Library Week today.
And thank you so very much. And thank you for all that you do as the executive director. And on behalf of the mayor and the entire Las Vegas City Council, we would like to proclaim today, April 8th through 14th, National Library Week in the city of Las Vegas. And the proclamation is upstairs. And I apologize, but I'll most definitely make sure that you get it. So thank you so very much for all that you do. And Karen, thank you again. And please remind Dick that I'm looking forward to playing golf with him. Thank you so very much. Okay. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll continue to transition with my next presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, each month we have an opportunity, the Mayor and Council has an opportunity to award either an organization or an individual or individuals with the esteemed award of Citizen of the Month. And today I have the honor and privilege of recognizing a young lady who has done so much for this community for so many, many years. Today I would like to recognize an outstanding citizen in Ward 5 as the April 2012 Citizen of the Month, Miss Alice Wilson. If you would please come forward. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes forward. Please come forward. You can stand right here next to me. And as she comes, Miss Alice Wilson is a longtime resident of Ward 5 who is a no-nonsense, straight-talking citizen that is dedicated to the improvement of Ward 5. She has worked tirelessly for many years and has given 100% to the West Las Vegas community in which she resides and lives. She was a member of the original West Side Neighborhood Advisory Board. During this time, she served as the chairperson for 8 years. During her tenure, she accomplished many things. One, she received a $50,000 budget to assist with identifying 8 areas in Ward 5 to improve. She assisted the Arts Commission with placing beautiful murals on the south side of the West Side School, which still remains to this day. With Ms. Wilson's leadership, the board showcased American and community pride by paying for and developing banners that depicted various moments in American history, such as the 4th of July, Christmas, and African American History Month. Ms. Wilson was also instrumental in bringing covered bus stops and benches to the neighborhoods, organizing apprenticeship programs to paint homes throughout Ward 5, improving 52 senior homes that had swamp coolers and needed updated AC units, providing sensors to seniors who were in need of safety lights, and also improving sidewalks, streets, installation, and traffic lights in various locations throughout Ward 5. Today, the City of Las Vegas and I, the Mayor and Council, would like to say thank you, thank you, thank you for the wonderful job that you continue to do in being a positive role model and a community servant to the City of Las Vegas, and in particular, Ward 5. So on behalf of the Mayor and City Council, I would like to present you with this beautiful award, but also, if you look to your left, as the Citizen of the Month, your name will be placed on Main Street, for the month of April as a Citizen of the Month for Ward 5 in the City of Las Vegas. Thank you so very much, Ms. Wilson, for all that you do. So if you don't mind, please share a few words in relation to how you feel right now and some of the accolades that were displayed to you.
It's overwhelming. It's been a long time. But on behalf of the board that I represented, I accept this award. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. And I know Pamela as well as Connie, your daughters, are parking the vehicle right now, but we do want to thank them so very much for assisting us in getting you here, and to say thank you on behalf of everything that you've done in the community, in the residents of Ward 5. Thank you, and God bless you. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson has been giving to this community and giving to this community and giving to this community for years, extending her hand to everyone and trying to make it a better place for us all to live. And I've seen much of the results of what she has made possible, so we are indeed honored to have her as Citizen of the Month. For our next item, I have the pleasure of recognizing a woman who will soon be turning 100 years young. I would like to ask Neola Stocking Calzacorta and her family to please join us at the front of the council chambers. On April 12th, Neola will turn 100 years old. And that is amazing. And I know the reason you maintain your strength and your beauty and your intellect is because of your wonderful family, and most importantly, because of this councilman who keeps us all on our toes. And I know you continue to watch him. And we do congratulate you. I'm sorry, I'm going to go around just 1 second. Leola has 4 grandchildren, 11 great-grandchildren, and 14 great-great-grandchildren. Most amazing of all is that one of her grandchildren is our own city councilman, Steve Ross. I'm thinking he was probably something of a troublemaker growing up, but we can talk about that later on and forever. We are ever on his case. I want to tell you a little bit about Neola. She was born April 12th, 1912 in Draper, Utah. She's the 7th of 8 children. She's a descendant of Utah pioneers and a direct descendant of George W. Stocking, who arrived in America in 1640 on the ship Griffin. She and her family moved to Blackfoot, Idaho in 1960, where she grew up learning to live off the land. Her first paying job was picking potatoes near the town of Hayburn. In high school, she played on the girls' basketball team and also played the trumpet. On December 10th, 1930, she gave birth to her daughter, Lola Jean. And in 1940, Neola went to work as a PBX operator for the Union Pacific Railroad. Those are the days before technology with all those strings that you put in all those holes. I know that. She retired in 1966 and became a skilled bowler, and also volunteered her time at hospitals in demonstrating her crafting skills. She is skilled in quilting, crocheting, and in ceramics. I always like to take the time to celebrate someone who's lived such a long and full life and given so much to the communities in which she has lived. It's truly a pleasure and an honor for us to have Neola as a resident of the city of Las Vegas as she celebrates her 100th birthday. And on behalf of the entire City Council, I'm honored to present Neola the key to the city of Las Vegas as a special early birthday gift. And according to my predecessor, Mayor Oscar Goodman, he said it does, after 2 o'clock in the morning, open all the slot machine banks and anything that's locked in Las Vegas. And here is the key, our key to the city. And we are so proud to, can you hold it, please? There we go. And we also want to present you, before we get to the proclamation, I brought something from somebody who wanted to be here, but he's not allowed to be here anymore, from behind the podium, from my husband, former Mayor Oscar Goodman. Oh, yes. Can you, now if you pull this out, you'll decapitate him, so be very careful. I thought it was only fitting because of your athletic... Does that tell you something about my husband? Oh, my gosh.
Hold on, I'll fix it.
Or is that your doing, Councilman? There we go. Elvis, 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 for your athletic prowess of the past and to keep you focused, he sends you congratulations and love, as we all do, and wish you many, many more wonderful years. And at this time, I would like to present you, we do have a proclamation. Okay. Thank you. And we have a proclamation from the office of the mayor and from the city council. Neola Stocking Calzacorta was born April 12th, 1912 in Draper, Utah, and is the 7th, and I've read all of these. So in honor of this wonderful birthday and this magnificent woman, we declare April 12th, 2012, Neola Stocking Calzacorta Day in the city of Las Vegas, and ask all citizens to acknowledge this momentous occasion in honor of your 100th birthday. And it is signed by me. And congratulations. And Kelly, you're going to say something? Now, I understand, and I don't know whether the distaff side goes first or the councilman. Okay, yay. It's because you're in skirt today that we'll go to another. Kelly Ross.
And who's wearing the pants?
Come right on in.
You know, whenever we get a chance, we sit Grandma down, and because Grandma remembers everything. She has got a memory on her, and I'm telling you, the numbers that this woman remembers, she remembers our anniversary before we remember our anniversary. And I'm sure it's from the days of being a PBX operator. We call Grandma our snowbird. She lives half the year in Vegas. When it gets hot here, she goes up to Washington State and stays with Steve's older brother and sister. And all of us consider her, we love this lady. And she's an honor to have with us. We want to have her with us another 100 years. Anyway, so we have fun with Grandma because Grandma has the best sense of humor. We take pictures of her. I don't know if any of them are being shown. But we take pictures of her doing all different kinds of things. Grandma enjoys all of the holidays. We put her in skis. We put her in go-karts. We put her in leather jackets. We have her holding a shotgun. Oh, was it? We've had her in I should say in Canada. Drinking, yes, that was in Canada. So Grandma is just the best sport, and she enjoys hanging with us almost as much as we enjoy hanging with her. And we just absolutely adore this woman, and she is the epitome of what a lady is. And for 100 years old, I bet we could all wish we could look like this at 80. So in honor of her birthday, we just want you to know, Grandma, how much we love you.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Councilman? You come from good genes. I'm sure your grandmother is not as ornery as you, however. We congratulate you and all of you who have the fine genes of this wonderful woman. We congratulate you. You're very lucky. Thank you. It's a wonderful, wonderful day. And now I'd like to turn the microphone over to Councilwoman Tarkanian, who will be reminding us about a group of Americans whom we should always remember and work to assist. Councilwoman Tarkanian, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ricky. Thank you. Good morning. It's a special honor for me, a very special honor, to recognize today the Nevada chapter of the Paralyzed Veterans of America. And I would like to ask Julie Johnson, the executive director of our group here in Nevada, and also the others who are here with you. I believe we have Lester Wood, Mike Stern, and Dan also, with a good Polish name, Kaminski. That's it. The Polish side of me recognizes that all the time. Glad to have you here. Come on up. My father was a veteran of World War II and the Korean War. And I know firsthand the sacrifices our fighting men and women and their families have made and continue to make for our freedom. We know how unpredictable life is and how things can happen so quickly to change your life forever. And when our veterans return home, some have lifelong challenges and or disabilities to cope with that take a tremendous toll on them and their family. My nephew, who's also my godson, is a veteran, a quadriplegic, and I've watched for years as he's struggled with what he has to do. And I just cannot tell you how hard it is to feel helpless and not be able to help more. So I know that for the individual, his or herself, and also for the family, it is a heavy toll. The Nevada chapter of Paralyzed Veterans of America helps all veterans with disabilities to obtain appropriate health care and access to much needed benefits. In addition, the group constantly advocates for more accessibility in our community and nation, and also promotes recreational activities for our wheelchair-bound veterans. And I'll tell you, if you've ever seen one of those wheelchair-bound veteran games in basketball, they could have made it at least partway through the Final Four. They were tough, really tough. And here is the best part. The Paralyzed Veterans of America do all of this for free of charge to all veterans and their families. I know they struggle. I've watched as they've gotten their new offices and as they've tried to improve. And they couldn't do this if it were not for the generous support and donations of the American people. And I hope the Las Vegas people continue every day to support them very well. So it's with great admiration and gratitude that I, on behalf of our mayor and our Las Vegas City Council, do proclaim the month of April Paralyzed Veterans of America Public Awareness Month. And we have a certificate to give you. And I'm going to ask you to say a few words.
We try really hard to make sure that our architecture in this town is barrier-free. Back in the day, these guys wouldn't have been able to get in here. And you do have a beautiful building. You've done a great job. We try very hard to promote quality of life, and with free VA benefits and claims help, adaptive sports and recreation, and advocacy and legislation. And we thank you all for recognizing that. Thank you.
You're very welcome. I wondered if maybe we could introduce the others who are here. Dan, would you raise your hand just so everyone knows? And Lester Wood is there. He is. And Mike Stern, who is the president, was unable to make it. I just want to emphasize again to you from my own heart that too often we forget. And I'm old enough to remember and remember what we did, and to remember the young men who went to war that were in my high school class and who came home with such difficulties. Every year we've improved what we've been able to give them, but every year we need to improve more. So I hope everybody helps. Thank you very much.
That couldn't be more beautifully said, Councilwoman. We are so grateful for all that you have done. Thank you. For our final item, I'm going to turn over the microphone to Councilman Ross so he can explain his choice in dressing today, and wonder if he's going to be doing some musical accompanying at all, or dancing. We know he's a little cold down there, so but he does look cute. So, Councilman Ross, I mean, what a wonderful day for you. Celebrating a celebration for Leola like this, and having so many of your family members here. And so the microphone and afternoon's yours, I think. Let's go home, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. And yes, it is a good day. And yes, there is a breeze in here. And there's a good reason for that. And no, Councilman Beers, I didn't dress this way for you, nor for my grandmother. And Mayor and council members, that wasn't even half of the family. The rest of it will be here this next week. So, yeah, and grateful for my grandmother. Thank you all so much for making her day very special, because she looked a little overwhelmed. Today, we're celebrating, and the reason I'm dressed this way, does it look good? Scouts, does it look good? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're jealous, aren't you guys? Today, I am dressed this way in honor and recognition of National Tartan Day. Today is the day that we commemorate the signing of the Declaration of Arbroath on April 6, 1320. Our own Declaration of Independence was based on this very same document. Americans of Scottish descent have played a vibrant and influential role in the development of the United States, and I'd like to invite a few up. One from the city of Las Vegas, Scott Carter. Scott, come on up here. Come on, you got to look good with me. Chris Calloway, come on up here, Chris. Leah Masterson. Leah Masterson is with the St. Andrews Society, and Brian Towers. Brian, come on up here as well. Brian is with the Las Vegas Celtic Society. So spread yourselves out and look good. Now, I'm going to stand up here in front with you guys, because real men can pull this off. Real men can pull this off. All right. Anyway, I would like today, over 11 million Americans claim Scottish and Irish roots, making them the 8th largest ethnic group in the United States. I want to take this opportunity to honor the many invaluable contributions, accomplishments, and cultural traditions of the members of the Celtic community in Las Vegas. So at this time, I would like to turn the microphone over to Leah to talk about all the great things that she does, and then I'm going to let Brian talk about some great events that are coming up. Leah?
Thank you. The St. Andrews Society celebrates all Celtic heritage. You don't have to be from Scotland, you just have to love Scottish things. We do Robbie Burns, we do something Scottish so that we can show about our Scottish heritage. We love dancing, we love bagpipes, and we tell you the different things that the Scottish heritage has done. Things you'd never even manage. We have Scotland in a suitcase. We go around to the schools to show people what the tartan is, what the armory was, what castles were. We even tell about tragic Mary Queen of Scots. But we're proud, and we just love sharing that with the community and anybody who would listen. So if anybody wants to learn more, we have a website, we have a phone number, give us a call, and we'll answer any question we can do.
Thank you, Leah. Thank you, Leah. And Leah is wearing the official Nevada State tartan. That's exactly what that looks like. And I'm wearing the Ross tartan, of course, for my clan. And as you learned earlier, my ancestors came here in the 1600s. So we have a long heritage as Americans, but also our Scottish and English background, too. Brian, tell us about the Las Vegas Celtic Society.
You bet. Well, I'm the president of the Las Vegas Celtic Society, and we hold an annual event out at Floyd Lamb Park called the Celtic Gathering and Highland Games every April. It's a great event for the city of Las Vegas. This year, we're going to host the 3rd Marine Corps Aircraft Wing Band, along with the United States champion pipe bands, the L.A. Scots. It's going to be a great concert by those two fantastic bands. Something, come out and support the troops. You won't want to miss it. We also will have over 15 pipe bands competing in our pipe band competition. 100 Highland dancers dancing for you on the Highland Dance stage. Over 150 heavy athletes throwing everything from rocks to telephone poles. You don't want to miss that. The telephone pole is called a caber, for those who don't know. And the caber, we're going to do a world record caber toss down on Fremont Street Friday, April 13th. Oh, good luck. Yeah, good luck. Yeah. Good luck to those guys out in front of the First Street stage, 8 p.m., so it's going to be an exciting thing. We also have Irish dancers, Celtic folk singers, Celtic rock bands, children's games, plenty of free parking, whiskey tastings. I mean, it's just a whole weekend of fun, Celtic fun. Genealogy, you can check your family history. It's just a great event for the city of Las Vegas, and we really want to get the word out and get everybody out there. It's an all-volunteer organization, and it's an annual April event. So come out to spend the day at Floyd Lamb Park. It's a great park, beautiful city park.
Thanks, Brent.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brent. Now remember, everyone, there's a little Scot in all of you. No. So, well, on this day, on behalf of the mayor of the Las Vegas City Council, I want to present this proclamation to you in recognition of National Tartan Day, and to you in recognition of National Tartan Day, and on behalf of all of the great things that you do in our community. Folks, Floyd Lamb Park at Tule Springs, what are the dates?
April 14th and 15th.
April 14th and 15th. It'll be in the newsletter. It'll be on the Las Vegas, Nevada.gov website. It's a great event. Council members, please come out. It is an incredible event. And men in the audience and behind me, I challenge you to wear your kilt. Give them a great big round of applause. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. This piece of the program is a testament to celebrating your heritage. And we all come to this country except for the Native Americans, and we all have a different heritage. It's very important that we remember it, that we remember the different pieces of that heritage and don't forget it. So how wonderful that Councilman Ross has not only the evidence and the history, but he has the good luck too. So congratulations. We will now continue with the morning session, but it will take us 1 or 2 minutes to get up there. Thank you all. Okay. All right, we will continue on with our morning session, please. And we are now on agenda item 11. But before I do move into that, we'd like to welcome 13 members of our Boy Scouts Troop 99, the troop leaders, Jay and Jeanette Buffalino from Our Lady of Las Vegas. We welcome you, young men. Would you care to stand up and be recognized? This is part of their citizenship merit badge requirement to attend City Council. And we welcome you, and we know you've had a fabulous tour of City Hall. So this is your City Hall, it's the people's City Hall, and you are people of our wonderful community. So welcome. Thank you all. Thank you. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. We'll set the time at this portion at 1 minute. This is the time. Please come forward.
Under the 1 minute, I just want to say congratulations to the new city councilman. Wait, you ain't even up there, huh? I'm going to call him BB if y'all don't mind. BB.
Okay.
Hello.
Here he is.
There you go, BB.
He's called to come to the podium to congratulate you. Anyone else wishing to be heard under this portion of the agenda? Please come forward, state your name, and you do not have to have submitted a card to speak. Please come forward. Good morning. You best go to the other mic. It's on, please.
Am I going? Oh, apologize.
Thank you.
I just want to introduce myself. My name is Adam Gudmundson. I'm Director of Operations for IVP, Insurance Verification Process. We have a program that we think would be vital and financial gain as savings as well as revenue that we can provide the City of Las Vegas as well as the State of Nevada. Our company is in contact with North Las Vegas, Metro PD, and Municipal Court, and we want to extend an invitation to the City of Las Vegas and set up a meet with you as well, or invite you out, and if it's all right, I'd like to forward you that information.
We would appreciate that, but I'd like you to direct it to Ms. Betsy Fretwell, our city manager here.
Okay.
And I'm sure she'll be delighted to meet with you and hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard under this portion of the agenda? Okay, hearing none, we will move on now to item number 12. Business items for possible action. Any items from this morning's session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one item, item number 43. It's a work card appeal, Roberto Alejandro Carrillo, DB 711-29635, 1200 Atlantic Street. Staff has requested this item be stricken, and that will be my motion.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Thank you. Motion carries. We'll move on to item number 13. For possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting on March 21st, 2012. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilman. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Our fingers work so quickly. Technology is slow. There we are. Done. How nice to see all the check marks again. Wonderful. We are now moving on to the consent agenda, which begins at item 14. And you will give me a minute because my book is not working here. Items 14 through 36, with the exception of any, here on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, are recommended for approval by their departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward?
Thank you, Mayor. Staff has requested item number 34 be pulled for further discussion, and before I make my motion, item number 21, Larry Hognes would like to make some clarifications on that particular item.
Okay. Your microphone is not on. Please, maybe it will be now that we shut it off.
Okay, that better?
Thank you.
Yeah. For the record, Larry Hognes, Director of Operations and Maintenance for the city. On item number 21, there were errors in the original exhibits that were submitted. We just need to clarify those and submit the correct exhibits for the city clerk's record.
Thank you. Everyone is copacetic with that? Okay, thank you very much. Those will be submitted and brought in. So therefore, we are trailing at this point item number 34, but that would mean that with the corrections on 21, item 14 through 36 may be voted upon at this time. Is there a motion, please, Councilman?
I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 14 through 36, except for number 34.
There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Thank you. Motion carries. And now we will move on to item number 34. For possible action to approve a special event permit with alcohol for the Arts Factory, LLC, located at 107 East Charleston Boulevard, Suite 250, every first Friday from April 6, 2012 through December 7, 2012. Responsible person in charge is Mr. Wes Isbut. That's in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin's ward. And so, good morning, Mr. Cervantes.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. Just wanted to amend the termination period for this contract. Instead of being December 7, 2012, the date is March 1st of 2013.
March 1st.
March 1st, 2013. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. 2013. Councilman Coffin, do you want to make a motion to accept with the change, please?
If that's the end of comment on this, I will. If this is a public hearing, I don't know if anybody else is here to testify on that. Seeing no one, then I will move that we amend and do pass item 34, with the amendment being to change the termination date of this particular permit to March 1st, 2013.
Thank you, Councilman. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the administrative portion, starting with item number 37. Abeyance item, report for possible action regarding the unfunded liabilities of the city. This is in reference to all wards. Mr. Vincent, good morning.
Oh, there's the button. There's too many buttons. I see it now. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to obey this item to this meeting. Just as a recap for perhaps for the audience and folks here, during this budget season, we've been covering some topics that aren't necessarily specifically addressing current year budget issues, but more of a long-term vision, a long-term perspective of where we're going. As you know, I think a couple meetings ago I did a presentation on fringe benefits. Today we're doing a presentation on unfunded liabilities. We'll be doing a presentation on dependency on federal funding that is, as we know, shrinking. We also have some additional briefings that we're doing with you. One on the public employee retirement system, which is coming up in a couple of weeks, as well as alternative service delivery discussions as well. So those are just general topics, and today we're talking about unfunded liabilities. Today I'm going to focus on three particular areas. Two of them have to do with employee benefits. They're issues that are driven by state law. These are not items subject to collective bargaining. We do disclose these things. You will find this information in our comprehensive annual financial report. It'll be footnote number 18 is where you would find these items addressed. We're going to cover retiree health insurance. We're going to cover the presumptive illness portion of workers' compensation. And then we're going to talk about another item that doesn't really necessarily have any accounting policies or procedures or statements governing it, but it's the idea of we have aging infrastructure that's going to have to be replaced or repaired on a capital basis out in the future, and what does that funding picture look like for that? So that'll be today's discussion. Again, our objectives is I'm just trying to deliver an understanding, if you will. I've got some definitions here that we'll be covering in a minute, and I tried to get them as good as I could into layman's terminology. We'll see how well I did shortly. Also trying to recognize the future impact. Some of these issues are going to grow with time. Our infrastructure is only going to continue to age at a faster rate. We're a relatively young city when it comes to our infrastructure. Insurance claims, particularly the workers' comp, presumptive illness claims, are just going to grow in number over time as we have more employees and more retirees. And then we'll talk a little bit about how we're funding them and how we have been and how perhaps how we might go in the future. Not necessarily asking or don't have any particular action I have today. It's more of an informative, but certainly if the discussion takes us there, we can talk about that as well. Okay, definitions. I think most of us understand what a liability is. It's an obligation to pay somebody for some transaction that has occurred. That's pretty straightforward. There's a concept of contingent liabilities that we report on our financial statements. In fact, footnote 18, part of that is about contingent liabilities. And a contingent liability is an obligation that may have been incurred depending upon some future outcome. The most obvious one would be litigation. If we're under litigation and we have a claim that it's probable that we're going to lose the claim and we can estimate the amount we're going to lose, we probably would record that as a liability. If we're uncertain of the probability, we would disclose it as a contingent liability. Another one might be for a company that provides goods, materials and goods might have a warranty issue that there may be a contingent liability based on some future outcome. In our case, where this comes into play is presumptive illnesses, because oftentimes, and we'll get into that a little bit, but illnesses obviously have a way of manifesting themselves out into the future and perhaps getting worse over time, so that's another issue. So those are those two definitions. Unfortunately, I have to give you a little bit background on actuary definitions, because in two of these cases, both for the post-employment health benefits as well as for presumptive illnesses, we use an actuary to help us estimate those costs, those future costs. And again, it is an estimate. Actuaries will tell you that their information is predicated on data from tables, mortality tables, incidence of certain illnesses, and they're just projected into the future based upon the best information they have, but they are purely an estimate. They're not actual costs. When you get into the pension side, which we'll talk about in a couple of weeks, it's a little bit different because we are forecasting future benefits on a defined benefit plan that are going to be paid, and we have to make sure we have assets to cover those. A little bit different. So again, the annual required contribution, some might think of that as the normal cost. That's basically the contribution you would make for everybody's work that they did this year, this fiscal year, the value of this year's effort and what that future liability will be for those future benefits in this case. For example, with OPEB would be, OPEB stands for Other Post-Employment Benefits. It's the post-employment insurance benefits. That would be out in the future after retirement. The actuarial accrued liability, again, this is the estimating part where an actuary would estimate all the future benefits that have been earned by employees to date. So that includes past performance, past work. It would look at all of that body of information and then project their future benefits out into the future and then discount that back. Typically an actuary would discount that back at some interest rate, 3%, 4%, 5% perhaps. And that becomes the actuary accrued liability, or the AAL. And then the unfunded AAL, or the unfunded actuarial accrued liability, is merely the difference between the assets that you have in trust to pay those future benefits and what the actuarial accrued liability is. It's just math. So hopefully I haven't killed you with those definitions, but it's helpful to understand those. The first area we're going to talk about is an area that we call OPEB. OPEB, again, is an acronym for Other Post-Employment Benefits. It really is the health benefit portion that we subsidize for retirees. GASB 44, the Government Accounting Standards Board, 45 rather, has a statement that said, you know, look, we recognize that you may have an obligation, and it may even just be a moral obligation. It could just be an internal policy issue. You may have an obligation to provide these subsidized health insurance benefits out into the future, and we think you need to recognize them much like you would with a pension expense under GASB 27, covers the pension liabilities. Now, in our case, prior to 2003, Las Vegas did not subsidize retiree health premiums. In fact, we had a separate rate for retirees, and there was no forced subsidy. What happened in 2003 that created this problem for us was the legislature in AB 286 decided that we should allow our retirees an option of joining at point of retirement, sort of a one-time option, to join into the Nevada Public Employee Benefit Program, otherwise known as PEB, Public Employee Benefit. It's a state program. And if you opted into that, we had to subsidize your premium. We, the employer, the local employer, had to pay the state to subsidize the premium, which we had never done before. We had no choice. And it's a graduated scale. If you're a 20-year employee, I think Vicki could help me, but it's well over $500 a month that we subsidize to the state. We actually pay the state close to $1.2 million a year to subsidize these insurance premiums for retirees. Now, the state got smart, and somewhere along the line, I think it was 2007 session, they closed the door on this, but we do have a block of employees that are in the state plan for which we have to subsidize. The other thing the other thing that AB 286 did is it forced us to no longer have a separate retiree premium rate separate from active employees. And that's important because retirees typically is a more expensive group. I mean, it's just a fact of life. And so it's common for employers to, if they offer post-employment health insurance, it's at a retiree rate, and typically the retirees pay the 100% of that premium. In our case, we can retire before age 65, and so you have this gap in Medicare coverage. This is the vehicle that a lot of employees that might retire at, let's say, age 55 or 60 or 62, this is how they would get that insurance coverage. The forcing of the blending of the active and retirees is considered a subsidy under the GASB 45 rules, and so we have to recognize that as a future benefit that we have to do. So through no act of our own, through no decision that we made, we are now stuck with having to recognize this liability under these new GASB rules. So what does that look like? Well, our contributions for 2011 for this last fiscal year ended last summer was $2.8 million. Roughly about, as I said, 1.2 of that went to the state to subsidize premiums, and the other 1.6 is the blending of those rates. The annual required contribution, according to our actuary based upon our labor costs in employment for fiscal year 11, would have been $13.1 million. The actuary accrued liability would have been $135 million. You notice the unfunded liability is about $5.3 million less. That's because a few years ago, about a year and a half ago, in November 2010, this council authorized the city to create a OPEB trust. Under a new law established by the state of Nevada, we could they created it was under NRS 355, they created the ability for the Nevada PERS to create what they call a Retirement Benefit Investment Board, the RBIF, and what that did is allowed local governments to create a trust, and instead of the local government managing that investment, which is extremely limited. Our investment returns right now are probably in the 1% to 2% range because NRS limits what we can invest in. The PERS board has no such limits, and in fact, their 26, 27-year investment return is something like 9.5%. So by allowing the PERS board to create the sub-board to manage this as a way of addressing some of these issues, we put $5 million into this trust, and so that's the difference between those two numbers. Let me say something I didn't say earlier, and that is I am not going to suggest to you, it would be imprudent, I think, for me to suggest to you that we should pre-fund all of these unfunded liabilities. And when I get done with this, you're going to recognize there's several $100 million of unfunded liabilities here. For us to set aside cash reserve, and that's discounted at 5% to today's dollars. So for us to set aside cash to pre-fund these, many of which are contingent upon some event in the future, doesn't make a lot of sense. And of course, it would be a huge drain on our ability to operate and fund some of our capital needs as well. So there's got to be a balance here. But again, these types of claims are only going to grow as our employment base grows and our retirees grow. So currently we're shelling out $2.8 million a year that could have gone for something else. But because of state law, it has to go to these benefits. And that number is likely to grow with time. Let me talk a little bit about workers' comp in general. We in Nevada understand workers' comp to be industrial insurance generally. And the coverage is both wages and medical. The wages piece we typically refer to as an indemnity portion. And in our case, for the city of Las Vegas, I believe we are the only entity that I'm aware of that discloses an actuarial type liability. And I say again type. What we did is we asked our actuary to take the GASB 45 rules for post-employment health benefits and try to apply them to this concept of presumptive illnesses, which I'll talk about here in a second. So we tried to apply GASB 45, and we're the only ones that actually disclose any information about this. And again, you'd find this in our footnote number 18 to our comprehensive annual financial report. The idea of presumptive illness, now, we understand when someone gets injured on a job, you know, hurts their back or hurts their arm, gets cut, what have you, breaks it. We understand that concept. The presumptive illness issue is a little bit different. There's obviously, if you're exposed to certain things, certain working conditions, you may get occupational type illnesses. And in NRS 617, it covers several of them. It covers heart disease, lung disease, cancer, and hepatitis. Some of those, thank you for looking up for me. Some of those, you can see the only one that's a little bit different, firefighters are covered under cancer, peace officers are not. And in our case, our corrections officers and our marshals, we cover them under the peace officer piece of this. Presumptive here means that what's different between Nevada and other states, many states have occupational illness issues. But in Nevada, it's presumptive. And really what that means is if you get the heart disease or the cancer or the lung disease, it's presumed that you got it in your occupation. There's no burden of proof. It's a presumptive issue. And that's what's a little bit different for Nevada. And so that tends to drive our costs up a little higher than you might see with some of the other entities, or other states, I should say.
We have a question, please, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Your Honor. It was I.
Councilman Coffin.
Thank you very much. I think it might be important today, right now, at this point in the presentation, to explain why we are presumptive instead of the old system, if I could, because I remember when it was changed. Each firefighter used to carry and have to fill out every day a detailed diary of everything that they had done and every fire they'd gone to, and to the best of their knowledge, list what had burned or what they might have been exposed to in a spill. And even with that diary, there was a lot of controversy over, and a lot of fighting. You know, the person had to kind of prove that they had gotten sick because of their exposure to these things, even though they were widely recognized to be carcinogenic or in some way or another hazardous to the health. And so that's why this was changed. And yes, it does create a little higher liability, but the other thing, it seemed like it was the only fair thing to do. Otherwise, if a person had, let's say, forgotten to mention something, or neglected to put down the compound that might have burned or spilled, or in some way or another the contents of a fire or spill had not been revealed to the firefighters. They go into these things not knowing what's going on. So that's why that was changed, and I think it was a fair thing to do. And I know that local governments did not oppose it at the time. They recognized it was fair, made it a lot easier for us to adjudicate these things. So thank you for the time, Your Honor.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But of course, it's also true that cancer, heart disease, lung disease occurs naturally in the population, whether you're a firefighter or not. So that gets swept into this as well. And there are stories up north, for example, of pre-existing conditions being hired and then still getting the benefit. So it's on both sides. It's a complicated issue. Again, this is something that's part of state law, and so we're all local governments are dealing with the same issue. In terms of our actuary calculations, and again, I'm using a little different terminology here because you can't really take the accounting methodology for GASB 45 and perfectly apply it here. I can tell you that we spent $2.4 million in actual claim reserves. Now that will fluctuate from year to year. We don't have a large body of folks currently that are covered under this. It's not coverage for all of our employees. It's just our firefighters and our peace officers. Claims will vary from year to year. The case reserves that we currently have outstanding is $18.5 million. These are known claims. These are cases that we actually have filed, and we know what those reserves are going to be out in the future, both on the wage piece as well as the medical piece. And these claims, as they develop, can get worse, of course, and more expensive. When we look at the unreported costs, this is kind of a difficult thing. Remember I talked about contingent liabilities? So what you have here is you have the actuary taking information based on what he knows of our current workforce of firefighters and peace officers and what the history has been on our claim activity, as well as what they know about the general population, perhaps. And they're projecting claims in the future that have not been filed yet. They haven't even occurred yet. And so that's why we report this as a contingent liability. It's not a hard liability. It's just our actuary says, based upon what we see, your claims structure, your claim, the numbers of claims and the cost of them are going to look like this into the future based upon an actuary prediction.
So these are just figures that are there. It's not that they are budgeted for.
No, that's correct.
So why are they there? Just because of the law?
Well, there's no law on presumptive illness reporting. This is the piece. Remember, I said we're
Right.
the only local
entity.
government that's doing
Right.
this, which probably says something about my sanity. But I do think it's important that people understand that these are claims that are going to grow over time, and that's just the way it is. And we're going to have to find ways
At
of
some
dealing
point,
with
the
those.
budget might have to handle those numbers.
Well, between these two right now, we're talking about over $5 million a year in actual expenditures. We're not
But
talking
that's
about future.
the actual.
That's the actual.
Right.
And that number is just going to grow over time.
Okay, thank you.
And it is what it is. Maybe this would help a little bit. This is a chart right out of the actuary report. This will take a little bit of explaining. These are total claims. These are unreported, so this is the actuary's estimate of what might happen in the future based upon their tables. And it's both permanent total and non-permanent total, and it's both medical and wage, so it's the entire picture. And these are in the year of emergence. So, if, for example, if you got a heart claim, there may be, and it results in a permanent total disability. You're not only going to pay for the medical costs to deal with that heart disease, which could span several years, but you're also going to pay, if it's a permanent total, you're also going to pay a wage. It should be close to $42,000 a year for that individual's life and their beneficiary's life. And so what the actuary is doing is taking that future and putting it all without discounting, you just have nominal value, projecting those future costs, say, okay, when the claim occurred, this is what you're going to pay out over the next 30-plus years. Does that make sense? So it's nominal money. It's not spread out over time. It's not discounted. If you added all those bars up, it gets to close to $600 million. When you discount it back at 5% based on the future projected payouts, That's what gets you to the previous slide where we say the unfunded benefit cost is $142 million. So if you take this table, discount it at 5% back to present value, that's how you get to the 142. So does that help? So I think this, and the other thing about this chart, which Vicki will just absolutely kill me if I don't mention, is that this is only based upon current employees and existing retirees. Over time, we'll add more stations, we'll add more firefighters, there'll be more retirees. This curve will not tail out unless the city goes away and we stop providing these services. This will only grow over time, and that's really the picture I'm trying to present to you. There's no accounting rules on this. There's no real hard, fast liability. We just know that over time it's going to be an issue that we're going to have to address. Right now it's pretty manageable between, to have to spend out 2.5 to, on a bad year, maybe $4 million in claim expenditures. That's a lot of money, but it's not killing our fringe benefit pool. But over time, it might become a larger piece. These costs will grow faster than inflation because you got medical, and you just get numbers. Over time, you're going to have more claims, more folks in the pool, more folks getting ill, and over time, it's just going to grow. So that's the message here.
Mark, just so I understand you correctly, these unfunded liabilities you're talking about, the health benefits and workers' comp, these are strictly driven by state law, and there's really nothing that we can do about it.
That's right. And to Councilman Coffin's point, obviously, I'm not making a value judgment whether we agree with these or not. Some of these we obviously do agree. But it's still a cost, and you still have to deal with it. And so somewhere down the line, you're going to be asking me why don't we have enough for this or enough for that, and this is going to be one of those reasons eventually. It's just a matter of time. But right now, it's not that large of a drain. So again, that's why we're kind of presenting it this way.
Councilman, please.
Thank you. Typically the point of these new accounting rules is that we account for this, and I'm a little fuzzy on what those are. We're paying for the benefit, we're paying these costs now as we go. There's no accrual for any of these liabilities? Is there any accounting rule that requires us over a period of time to recognize this expense now and build up a liability for later? How does the accounting work for this?
I apologize for not being clear about that. If I go back to this, the first one we talked about, OPEB, there is an accounting rule. It's GASB 45. It says I have to do this. Now, there's no requirement for funding. GASB doesn't say you have to fund it. GASB says you have to record an expense for your ARC, your annual required contribution. You got to record an expenditure for that, but it doesn't require me to fund anything. But it does require me to report. So right now, most of this on GASB 45 is reported in our footnote 18. Workers' comp, no requirement for reporting. No accruals other than we will record claims reserves for the known claims, and how we fund those, or our ability to fund those, we deal with. But there's no recording of any unfunded liability. There's no requirement to report an unfunded liability for workers' comp. We do that voluntarily as disclosure. Let me back up, Councilman. The reason for GASB 45 was because the accountants of the world and others that may have benefited from their decision thought that if we had more disclosure of these unfunded local government liabilities, the municipal bond investors would be better informed and be able to make better decisions. I can tell you from experience on GASB 45, and I've talked to a lot of other professionals, including bond raters and underwriters as well as other local governments, it's had no impact because they all knew this existed before GASB 45. It wasn't like it was a big secret. People knew about it. And so it hasn't really changed investor activity, but that's the purpose of GASB 45 was to, on the OPEB, was to make us look more like the private sector and report these unfunded liabilities so investors in bonds, muni bonds, would have a better picture. Hasn't changed much. There is no such draft pronouncements on workers' comp out there right now today. And again, we self-report in a footnote disclosure based upon this actuary study, but I don't think it means anything to anybody other than perhaps an accountant like you or me. But no rules on recording that. There is a draft pronouncement that Dana will talk about next week that affects government pension. That is very convoluted and ill thought out, and it's still in draft form. And Nevada PERS, their operations officer, is involved with those reviews, and we'll give you a little briefing about where that is. That may force us to have to do some reporting in our CAFRA, even though we don't have a pension plan. It's a multi-employer plan managed by the state. They have the liability. We don't. We are forced to make, by state law, our annual required contributions to not only fund the normal cost, which is the current ARC, but as well as any amortization of gains and losses and any amortization of any actuarial changes as a result of plan changes. So that's all funded that way, but there may be things coming out down the road that we'll have to deal with. Did that help you?
It did. It's been a few years since I've paid close attention. Senator Coffin was in the legislature more currently than I, and the staff pays attention to what goes on. The last time I was there, we were slightly increasing the rate for the current rate for PERS with an eye toward gradually reducing the long-term unfunded liability there. Is that still policy? So we're just setting the current rate as the current rate only.
I can address what the policy is with PERS, what the funding policy is. There's, as you know, as we go through these, we make a set of assumptions. One of the set of assumptions you make in PERS is what's the investment return that you're going to earn over time. And again, when you're talking about something like PERS, you're talking about a broad cycle. You're not talking about business cycle blips like the recession we just went through. You're talking about 30 to 60-year cycles. And so over time, PERS assumes it's going to earn 8%. Since for the last 27 years, they've earned well over that, 9.5, 9.54, something like that. So one assumption is they earn 9%. Do they earn 8%? Do they earn 8% every year? Of course not. There's a bell curve. There's a year where they lost 15%. There's a year where they made 20%. There's a bell curve. Anytime you don't hit that loss or gain, positive or negative, gets amortized over 5 years, that affects the rate. Then you have these actuarial issues. The demographics change. One thing that we're seeing right now is the number of active employees has dropped statewide for obvious reasons, as has their rate of increase of salary has flattened out because of collective bargaining. Those were not anticipated, so those had an actuary impact. Plan changes. We increased the factor from 2.5 to 2.67, back to 2.5. We changed the retirement age. We've changed it for for early retirees, for people hired after January 2010. I mean, on and on and on. Every time you change the plan, you create an actuarial problem. It's either good or bad. Those actuary problems are amortized over a 20-year cycle, year by year by year. So the rate is designed to not only pay the normal cost, which is about 2/3 of the rate. The other 1/3 of the rate is dealing with all this other stuff that gets amortized on a very conservative, compared to other states, Nevada is very conservative. The problem is two things. One is the rate of growth in wages has been faster, and that's caused a problem. And tinkering with the formulas and the benefits has been a problem. And so those things have caused this rate to continue to increase. So as of the last decade, it's gone up practically every 2 years, the rate's gone up. We'll see what happens next year. So I meant to save all that for next time, but since you asked. The third thing I wanted to talk about, which will be a little easier, and there are no accounting rules on this either, but it's the concept that, look, we have aging infrastructure. We have sewer, water, roads, we have street lights, we have parks, And up until recently, we didn't really think about it a whole lot, but the advent of synthetic turf has made this a little different, because while synthetic turf has huge advantages in terms of maintenance and usability, more leagues, more teams, and all that, it doesn't last forever. It's not like you can fertilize it and keep growing synthetic turf. You have to rip it out and replace it every 8 to 10 years, and that's a cost. So things of that nature we know we're going to have to deal with. And there's only a few ways that you can deal with this. You can go pay as you go, which certainly we do some of that. You could create a sinking fund. Now, it wouldn't be a special fund. It wouldn't be necessarily a legal. It would actually get merged into our general fund balance, to tell you the truth, in reality. But you could create a sinking fund that says we're going to put so much money away. For example, if it costs us, say, $500,000 to replace a artificial turf, and we have to do it every 8 years, you can do the simple math and say, well, you need to put away $50,000 a year, so that in 8 years from now you have the money to do it. The other approach, which is the one that is probably a little more favorable for us, is debt financing. When we need to have a major program, we do this all the time for the apparatus, the equipment that the fire stations have to operate. We have a dedicated revenue source for that we can issue medium-term obligation bonds, which happens to, the term of those bonds at 10 years happens to be pretty close to the useful life of the apparatus, and so that works out fairly well for us. Let me talk a little bit about these assets. And there was another, ironically enough, there was
Mr.
another...
Vincent, just one question.
Yeah.
So plant repair and replacement type concepts, for instance, for this building, there are not reserves on that yet?
Not for capital replacement. Certainly we assign money every year for preventative maintenance, but at some point, a roof has to be repaired, or at some point an HVAC system has to be replaced, and so we don't create reserves for those currently. And
Is
again,
that wise?
if you did that, well, as long as you, I think last 2 meetings ago we talked about debt capacity and the ability of the city with its credit rating and its ability to issue new debt. When you talk about a 20, 30, 40-year asset, it does make sense to debt finance those sorts of things. And so rather than create a reserve and hoard up money, to just use our credit and the good faith and credit of the city to finance those larger things. And that's typically what we do. It is difficult, for all the obvious reasons, to create a reserve to amass up hundreds of millions of dollars and not touch it.
Correct, especially with the interest rate
Hard to
is
do
zero.
that. I mean,
Right.
do any of you set up reserves to replace your house? You're counting on your equity and your ability to refinance it at some level. It's kind of the same problem we're struggling with. So typically we use debt on large things like City Hall, like I say, apparatus replacement. Back in the day when we had excess revenue, we used to take some of the excess revenue and use that to fund park bonds. We built a lot of parks for a few years issuing park bonds. We haven't been able to do that as of late. But we do have some existing parks that are going to need to have synthetic turf replacements, and that's going to be an issue. And we've talked about that in our budget workshop a little bit last week. We talked about our need to take some of the reserves that we have set up for fiscal stability and perhaps reprogram some of those for some needed capital expenditures, because, by the way, that's where those reserves came from. They came from our capital program primarily.
I mean, my question was more probably than looking at the nonprofit world, where when you build a building, you always have an endowment or something, of course not earning interest today, to repair and replace. And it would seem reasonable that at some point, but if you have to go out and then borrow at that time, rather than preparing, knowing that this building or those fire trucks, I mean, on a regular basis, and an air conditioning unit, in your own home every 8 to 10 years that's going. So you should be preparing somehow and understanding the economy and everything else. But I was just curious if, in fact, we had any reserves, no matter, or would you borrow first, or do you draw from the capital fund?
We do a combination. To the extent we have reserves that we can reprogram, The land acquisition for the garage across the street came from reserves that came from the 5-cent ad valorem tax, for example. We ultimately financed the construction of the garage, but we used some cash reserves to buy the land.
And I'm not talking about a natural disaster,
Yeah. No, I know.
insured something,
Yeah.
but just for preparation to maintain and,
Ironically, it takes the same budget discipline, whether you're setting aside money to pay debt service every year or setting aside money to put in a sinking fund to replace something. It's sort of the same budget discipline if you think about it.
okay, thank you. Councilman Beers.
Thank you. I'm a little taken aback because I think in my 10 years in Carson City, I never heard the two words budget discipline used in the same sentence. And I'm still struggling to learn the revenue sources, and many pieces of it are earmarked by state law, is my understanding. Do we have a revenue source earmarked by state law for this kind of asset maintenance and replacement? Is there, I know there's no reserve, but is there a cash flow item, a current cash flow item that would qualify?
Well, let's first just set aside the regional transportation, regional flood that have some of their own dedicated revenue streams, be it property tax or sales tax. So they have some of theirs that they use regionally, so that's a help. We as a city, and of course the RTC controls that in terms of their long-term planning of infrastructure. We had a source, or have a source. It was the 5-cent ad valorem tax. I think it was first levied back in 1989. It was levied in fiscal year 91. It was probably passed in the 89 session. And it was related to some of the RTC projects that we had going on. And so the county levied a 5-cent ad valorem tax to the benefit for all the governments within the county. Because of the need for transportation projects, we entered into an interlocal voluntarily, the whole community did, to dedicate 100% of that to service some debt for the RTC initially. And then that money, those projects got completed, they defeased the debt early. We started getting that revenue back as a revenue stream. Then in, I think it was 2007, when we were entering into the Great Recession, the state legislature began to take that money back from local government and using it for NDOT's projects at the state level. And so they've been taking 12% a year. They're now, this year, 60% of that 5-cent ad valorem is going towards the state. Our share of that, without the RTC and the flood district, probably is would be close to $5 or $6 million a year we would have been getting.
I need to just weigh in because I want people to be really clear. When Mark says the state legislature started taking that back, the state legislature did not impose that tax. They may have given the ability for the local governments, Clark County, to impose the tax, but it was never a state-imposed tax. So I don't want anybody to have an interpretation that this was something that once the state had that they gave to the local governments and then, quote-unquote, took back. That is not what happened. They redirected an ad valorem rate that was locally imposed by Clark County for the benefit of all the cities, including Clark County, to help with the state's financial condition.
Absolutely correct. So let me see if I can wrap up. I know this is spellbinding, I'm sure. The birds of a feather, is what they say. Let me just talk about our asset maintenance, because we don't get a picture for how much we have in terms of asset infrastructure. 48% of this, about half of this, is really infrastructure related. It's either sewer, road, traffic. GASB, was it 34? I think it was 34 several years ago, forced us to have to start recognizing some of our infrastructure. Buildings and equipment, everybody gets that, but only a city, only a government owns a right-of-way and produces roads and curbs and street lights, and so we now recognize that. And this slide just gives you the breadth of what we have. We have $5.6 billion in assets. We have $1.4 billion in depreciation, so we have net assets of $4.2 billion. Think about what it would take to continue to set aside money to repair, replace, capital replace. We're not just talking maintenance, but we're talking replace and do critical upgrades for these assets. It's a lot of money. GASB 35 required us to begin to recognize some of these things and report them, and so we have a little more in assets out here than we used to report years ago. Years ago, it was just buildings and parks is all you saw on our books.
Councilman Beers?
You look like you're about to hit the slide button there. What's the distinguishment between the government and the business columns?
Oh, thank you. The business grouping is enterprise funds, so it's predominantly sewer enterprise fund, but it would include the building and safety enterprise fund. It would include parking assets of the parking enterprise fund. Anything that's not an enterprise fund for all intents and purposes then is in the government column. That's also the new GASB 34 rules, reporting rules. Thank you for asking that. I mentioned synthetic turf, and this is just, I think, a good example of a situation where we have been, I think it started maybe 8 years ago or 7 years ago, we started installing synthetic turf, artificial turf, if you will, in some of our programmable places, primarily football fields and soccer fields. I now think we have some lacrosse fields that have synthetic turf in them as well. And the big advantage to synthetic turf is it's cheaper, as you can see, to maintain these fields. It's about 50% as expensive as natural turf. Other huge advantages. You can't play in the winter months when there's frost in the field. You can't go out and practice and play because it kills the grass. You can't play when it's rain and muddy because it kills the grass. You have to rest the fields. You have overseeding seasons. Synthetic fields, not only are they cheaper to maintain, each one provides 3,000 hours extra annually in programming a year. So that's a big deal if you're a team, Little League team or a tournament organizer. That's a big deal. And of course, if we can get more tournament teams, we do charge tournaments fees, and so it means more revenue to the city. So they are much more productive way of doing programming. But the disadvantage, of course, is that every 8 years or so you have to replace those turf. We mentioned in our we mentioned a little bit about our capital budget at the workshop last week, and we talked about one of the things we're looking at is taking some of the existing reserves we have in the Fiscal Stabilization Fund and reprogramming to capital. This is an example of a situation where at the All-American Park, which has football fields, you can see the upper left, it's obviously not as big a picture as I would like, but at the upper left you can see the pristine nature of the natural grass turf. By the end of the season, you can see it gets pretty rutted, particularly right in front of the goalposts. Obviously this is not only affects the quality of play, but it can also be a safety issue as well.
Does the Clark County School District, where they share fields, help with the cost of the artificial turf being?
No, any place where we're sharing fields with the county school district, typically we're the ones that are predominantly maintaining those fields, and those are all, to my knowledge, natural grass turf.
No funds set aside from them for rental or use thereof?
No.
Does the city provide for city school grounds in astro or artificial turf?
I don't know that we actually provide programming opportunities for them, but obviously through the league play and tournament play, it's their school children that are using them. So I don't know that we actually allow the school district to physically program their programs on our fields. I don't think that's the case.
Thank you. Thanks.
So what I asked the Public Works, Jorge Cervantes and Larry Hognes in Operations and Maintenance to give me a little estimate. I only asked them to go out 5 years. I said, give me an estimate out for 5 years, what you see on the horizon as what would be reasonable capital repair and replacement costs. These are things to extend the life or increase capacity or actually physically just replace the asset, for which you don't have any current revenue streams coming in, which goes back to, I think, Councilman Beers' question about, do you have dedicated revenue streams for this? And this is a nominal number. It's for the next 5 years. This is what we're kind of estimating that we have on the plate for things that are going to have to be replaced or have significant repairs or expanded capacity that for which we don't have dedicated funding for. So we will either have to pare this down as time goes on, or we may have to debt finance some of these, or we may have to reprogram existing money like what we're talking about this year in the budget workshop this year. We're talking about taking some of those reserves that have been very healthy during the Great Recession. We've been able to maintain reserve levels at close to 30%. Now that we feel that we're kind of stabilizing, we'd like to reprogram some of that to address a part of this.
Councilman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's kind of a process question. When the state asks operational departments to send the list of what we need to do in the next 1, 3, 5, 10 years, usually the list starts out this big, and then guys like you sharpen up their knives and the list ends up like this big, and then guys like us take our knives out and we end up with a list this big. Where in this winnowing process is this list?
You know, where we are in the process, as you just described it, this is staff. So you haven't seen, we haven't brought to you yet the capital plan, the full capital plan for fiscal year, which will be a 5-year plan, but the execution piece is fiscal year 13, where we would fund any construction projects. You haven't seen that list yet, so you haven't got a chance to look at it. But my gut tells me from what I know and working with these folks that this stuff pretty much is going to happen sooner or later. Where in the 5 years, maybe it doesn't happen in year 1, but then we're just pushing it. It's inevitable. We're pushing it to year 2 or year 3. It's going to happen somewhere in that cycle.
And usually the longer a particular replacement or repair is set into the future, the more it's going to cost. And sometimes we respond to tight revenue requirements by pushing that out even further, which ends up making it cost even more when we finally get to it.
That was one of the silver linings in the Great Recession, as we saw construction costs dropping, and now as things stabilizing, we're starting to see bids come in a little bit higher. So as things recover, you're absolutely right, costs will escalate as well.
And the wear on the asset continues to grind away.
In many cases, we do set aside operating money in the budget for routine, ongoing maintenance. Right here, we're talking about stuff that's beyond that, where the road just is so deteriorated it has to be replaced, or the turf is so deteriorated it has to be replaced. Those are the things we're talking about here.
I can give you an example. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. We've been patching together Garside Pool, Councilwoman Watt, for about 7 years, 5, 6, 7 years. We finally made a decision about a year or so ago to fund the replacement of that pool because it was in such disrepair that the operating money that Mark's talking about, the kind of patch it together operating money, was no longer sufficient to keep the pool operational. So we're actually, although we're trying to expedite it, we may lose 2 pool seasons of use during the construction period, instead of the potential of maybe only losing 1 pool season. Some of that's timing of getting the money flowing and the design done, but some of that is just by the state of repair of the pool, to be honest, because now we're at a point where it wouldn't make much sense to invest in an interim patch it together, very expensive patch for this coming summer when we know we're getting ready to do a full replacement. So those are the things that we try to avoid happening. Sometimes you can't help it, but making the decisions earlier can help you avoid that.
Councilman Ross.
Thank you. And I think Councilman Beers actually covered what I was going to say in regards to if we're not reinvesting into our assets. I mean, that's what I see this as, investing, reinvesting in those much-needed assets. We're doing our citizens and the people we represent a disservice and not maintaining these assets, whether it's roads, pools, parks, anything out there that we provide to this community. We've got to, always be doing this. This is a regular thing. And I know your teams have done a phenomenal job throughout the city of Las Vegas, even dealing with Garside Pool. That's been a nightmare for a long, long time. And, just a decision had to be made. But if we're not maintaining our roads and maintaining these wonderful assets in our city, then it will cost us more money, regardless of what the economy is. The Garside Pool is a good example. I mean, what happened, 10 years ago? What were we doing then, Betsy? With Garside Pool. But I think this is something, Mark, when you say unfunded estimates, where are we getting the dollars for this? How are we going to do this?
Well, again, one of our plans was we have some projects that are being completed. Some funding that we had allocated for capital projects is going to be released because the project's complete and it's under budget. We'll have maybe, I don't know, $3, $4, $5 million of that. And then we're talking about reallocating some of our reserves, roughly about $25 million of our reserves towards this. So we're going to make a dent in it with what we're reallocating. But again, this is just 5 years, so this window is just going to keep rolling along.
Well, and it's public versus private planning, too. You do things differently privately. I know that plant repair and the reserves, repair and at least they should be. So
that concludes my presentation, and then obviously you've been asking questions. So.
Thank you,
Unless you have
Mr.
anything else, I'm
Vincent.
done.
I would make a motion that we accept the report. Wait, we have one more comment here, please.
Yeah, Mark, I didn't get a chance to total up all your slides that you presented here, but if I'm calculating correctly, it's like $600 million in unfunded liabilities.
Well, again, that's nominal. So if you discounted it all back, there's.
I'm just trying to get a handle on what the big number is that we're going to.
You're trying to make more sense out of it than I was. We have roughly, say, 130 there, 142, so that's, say, 270 plus this 40. I mean, before you blink an eye, there's $300 million theoretically. It's a theoretical liability. 300 million, over 300 million theoretically.
300, okay.
Does that make you feel better?
That's a big
You feel
number.
better now for asking
It's not as big as what I counted, but that's why you're the finance guy and Councilman Beers is over there, so, all right.
Councilman Beers, boy, he's having a happy good day, first day
Right.
out.
I actually
Councilman,
think-
I will tell you, Councilman Coffin and I were absolutely tongue-tied silent. You're a brave soul. Go for it.
You are so kind to have scheduled the big accounting discussion on my first day. That's righteous. The liability is not theoretical. The size of it is theoretical, right?
That's correct.
I mean, there's absolutely ongoing obligations not reflected in our financial statements.
That's right.
It's just the amount that is somewhat theoretical, which is why we get all these actuaries to opine.
And again, my goal today seems like it's been served, and that is to give you some awareness of what these things are, not get you too bogged down in the accounting mumbo-jumbo stuff, because I know we can be dry. But there is an issue out there, and we have to at least keep that in our headlights, otherwise we're going to have trouble down the road.
Those who love numbers and their reliability. And you have to understand, of course, too, this gentleman should be doing income tax every single day now, working on for your customers. And here you are serving the city. We definitely, is he doing it under the table? I think I made a motion. I don't know. Did I? Okay. So there's a motion to accept the report as submitted. Please vote. Please post. I saw that briefly. It carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Vincent. Thank you. I know you are enjoying it. Oh, excuse me. Yes,
Is
sir.
it too late to make a comment on that?
If
It was
you're
never open
very
for public
brief,
comment.
Mr. Fletcher,
Well, I'll
please
be
state your
very-
name too.
Very brief. Dean Fletcher with
Thank
the
you.
City Firefighters Union. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out a few things, that there's no accounting standard for the workers' comp part of that presentation. And also, I'm going to look back at the CAFR report that was mentioned as where they got the numbers. When I look at the CAFR report, it says it was a $1.8 million expense to the city of Las Vegas, not as per the slide, $2.4 million. There's also some other numbers here in the CAFR report says there's $5 million set aside for cases when his slide said there's $18.9 million. So if you're getting the information, I think you should have accurate information, or at least explained as it was from the CAFR. I'm looking at the CAFR on page 95. That information is way off. And I think that's unfair to you to be making assumptions with not having accurate information. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, Mayor, if I may respond to that. I did say that there is no accounting rules regarding this. The $5 million that Mr. Fletcher spoke of, that's the money that's in the health trust, excuse me, the OPEB trust. With respect to the $1.8 million that's reported here, that's indemnity portion only. That does not include the medical. So that's the difference there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vincent, as well. We will move on to item number 38. Am I correct? Yes. 38. Report for possible action regarding the Southern Nevada Regional Homeless Collaboration and Partnerships. This is in reference to all wards. Good morning. Yes, good morning, Mr. Harson.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Steve Harson, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighbor Services. This is an item on the agenda is to give you an update on the regional homeless effort that is going on in Southern Nevada. I do want to do quick introductions that we'll be sharing in the presentation. Is I have Tyrone Thompson, who is the Regional Homeless Coordinator out of the regional office. I have the Director of Clark County Social Services, who will be making a few comments. And then I have Tara Almer, who is a Senior Neighborhood Outreach Specialist, who will be giving you information on the Corridor of Hope. So first I want to start out giving a little bit of a set the stage. The SNRPC, or Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition, created the Committee of Homeless in about 2003. This is a group of individuals that meets monthly. We have had the group has had over 100 meetings over the last 10 years. We meet the second Thursday, I believe, right, I should know this, of every month at Clark County Government Center. So it is televised on Channel 4, publicized, and we get reports, information, and have discussions. We've had 14 strategic community planning sessions, 5 separate planning sessions with the Committee of Homeless itself. This year will mark the 20th Project Homeless Connect event that is always held at Cashman Field. And we've also conducted 4 homeless census counts, which is sort of important to note because that's a requirement to secure any HUD or federal funds to help us with the homeless effort. To give you an overview, the committee is made up of government and regional partners. On your left, you will see the financial contributors, which I know Tyrone's going to go a little bit more into detail, is Clark County, City of Las Vegas, City of Henderson, City of North Las Vegas, and Boulder City. We all sit on the committee, and we actually contribute financially towards some of the items I just mentioned. We also include regional partners, which includes the State of Nevada Mental Health Agency, Metro, Clark County School District, Veterans Administration, Nevada Homeless, and most recently, MGM Resorts International. To give again what we've been working on and what's helped guide some of the efforts is there is a couple of plans that have been completed and adopted by the respective jurisdictions. The Help Hope Home is the Southern Nevada regional plan that we've been following. In addition, the City of Las Vegas a few years back adopted the Home for Homeless of Nevadans, or Homeless Nevadans, that complements the regional plan. As we will be moving forward, there will be a new approach referred to as Opening Doors, which is in alignment with the federal guidelines of how they're addressing homelessness at a national level. Again, this will be very important as we compete for future federal funds. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tyrone and let him cover the regional aspect.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. As Steve alluded to, we as a community, we've adopted the Opening Doors Strategic Federal Plan to End Homelessness. There's many components to that plan, but the end result is as listed. By the year of 2015, we will have ended veterans homelessness. By the year of 2015, chronic homelessness will end in our community. And by the year of 2020, children, families, and youth homelessness will end according to the Opening Doors Strategic Plan. Currently, we are awaiting for there's been a reauthorization of the McKinney-Vento Act, which is the federal homeless legislation, and it's called the Homeless Emergency and Rapid Transition to Housing Act. We call it the HARTH Act, and we're waiting for the final regulations on that, but instead of being reactive, we're being very proactive. Our community, Southern Nevada, is known as what we call a priority community. Housing and Urban Development has really been looking at our community for a lot of the best practices that we do as far as homeless services are concerned, and our collaboration and delivery, and with our homeless plan. So we have been deemed this priority community. We are the third highest homeless population per capita, and the people that are leading that is New York and Los Angeles, and then comes Southern Nevada, Las Vegas. But one great thing is that we've been approved for HUD technical assistance. We're working with a nonprofit based in Northern California called Home Base, and they're actually working with our office, working with our community to come up with strategies to enact the HARTH Act, and we're really excited about that.
Is that a privately funded 501c3?
Yes, it's a 501c3, and HUD pays for that technical assistance, so it's free.
Wonderful.
It's free, so we definitely want that type of assistance
Wonderful.
for our community. I want to talk about the growing dynamics of homelessness. Previous years, there's that stereotypical look of what a homeless person would look like. We just wanted to give you an idea of the different subpopulations that we're working with in the homeless community. Of course, we have our chronic homeless. Those are the people that have been struggling in the community for quite a while. Those are the people that are dealing with mental illness issues, substance abuse issues, or they've just been homeless for a while for whatever reason. We have to admit that there are some that are service resistant. We have outreach teams that go out in the community every single day, but there are some people that just aren't sold. They're not ready to go into housing, and so we wanted to bring that to your attention today. We have unsheltered homeless. Those are our homeless that are actually living out in the streets. Sheltered homeless, those are the people that are going into our emergency shelters. Those are the people that are in transitional housing programs. The hidden homeless that's the group of people that are living in an area that's not meant for human habitation. So for example, in your house, if you have your cousin Jim and he has a trailer, you're allowing him to park his trailer on your property, but he's not in your actual house. That's considered hidden homeless. Also, hidden homeless can be those people that are couch surfing and those people that are doubling and in some situations tripling up. We have homeless families. We have a great working relationship with the Clark County School District. As you've probably seen in the news, there's a lot of homeless children and families in our community, so there's actually the Title I program that's with the Clark County School District. We work closely with them. Homeless through foreclosures. It's kind of that myth out there that when people lose their house, they go directly to the streets. That's not always the case. Of course, it takes a while to get out into the streets. People are, again, doubling up. But we just wanted to bring that to your attention, that people are hurting because of the foreclosure situation in our community. And we have homeless veterans, and of course, we have homeless youth in our community. I want to give you an overview of our homeless census. Every year, we started in 2007, we do what we call a homeless census. I want to invite each and every one of you at 1 o'clock in the morning, sometime in January of next year, we're going to actually count all the census tracts in our community, and we actually go in all those tracts and we count homeless people. Why do we do that? Because it brings us in federal funding, which I'll talk about a little bit later, and it also just helps the other community providers apply for grants, and it's something that's acknowledged by Housing and Urban Development. As you see, look over to the far right column. In 2011, our total shelter people were 3,762. Total unsheltered people went up a little bit to 4,241. Our total hidden homeless, 1,429, for a total homeless population, when we did that count on January 27th of last year, and it was 9,432. So we've had a 29% overall decrease in homelessness based from 2009. But again, as you see, we have still a lot of work to do.
Your Honor.
Often.
From the left side over here this time.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I just have problems with these numbers.
Okay.
One or two of those years was wrong, or this one's wrong. I'm not sure what to believe. There's too much of a, it doesn't seem to fit into a confidence level that I could buy. Anecdotally, we know we feel there's a lot more homeless now than there was 4 years ago. Now, maybe I could be wrong, but I'm really worried about the counting method or what happened here. It just doesn't
And let me
look
qualify that for you, Councilman Coughlin. HUD, Housing and Urban Development, they give us certain criteria for our counting. So when I talked about like doubling up, couch surfing, those numbers are not included in here. Also, the jails, the different institutions, that's not included in that count. So in essence, there are, I guess, two counts, I guess you can say, but when it comes down to HUD and the housing dollars that we may be eligible for, they give us a certain criteria when we do our counting in the community.
Did they Your Honor, did they change the criteria in the last few years?
No, this has been the criteria that we've used since 2007.
You know, something's wrong, because if this is how we are going to be apportioned federal dollars, we had better challenge these numbers. And I don't know if we're past a period where you can challenge numbers like this with the federal government, but something's really wrong. You know, you don't just go from a number in 2009, let's say, on the total sheltered, and then cut it in half in these 2 years in the midst of the recession. That just begs of us to look at it again.
And actually, we have Tim Birch from Social Service. He'll talk a little bit more about that specific area, about why we had a decrease in our total sheltered. But the methodology that we've used has been since 2007 in our county.
Well, I don't know how other members of the council feel, but I'm worried about these numbers, and I don't think we should just accept them at face value. Thank you.
Councilman Ross?
Well, tell us again, thank you, Mayor, with your permission, tell us again how these numbers came about. Was it from actually doing the survey at 1 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, sir. The last count was conducted on January 27th. We started like 1 o'clock in the morning. We have all of our teams of volunteers, metros out there. We even had some of our media crews out there, and we actually count all the homeless census tracts, and we also go to our emergency shelters and we ask, it's called a point in time count. So how many people do you have in shelter for that night? And we work with an agency called ASR, and they compile all the information and give us the statistics.
Okay, Mayor, if I may again. I mean, when you say census tracts.
Yes, sir.
What does that mean, census tracts? Are you going under the bridges? Are you looking in the washes? Are you looking in the drainage pipes? I mean, are you physically?
And we actually work with Metropolitan Police Department in the areas such as that, but the neighborhoods, the downtown area, we actually do foot patrol. And we have our volunteers going out there counting, and we do some training ahead of time. We don't do any physical encounters with people. We're just counting if we see someone laying there or walking around.
Well, between the county, Metro, the social services organizations, you probably know where all of these people are sleeping at 1 o'clock in the morning or not sleeping. So I don't think it'd be impossible to actually get the numbers. I do have a question on the total hidden homeless for 2011, the 1429. How do you know I'm living in my trailer parked in the mayor's driveway? How do you know that?
The way in which we do that, we do that through phone
The mayor
surveys.
has Secret Service and very large dogs. You would not be allowed.
But you understand the principle, aren't you?
We actually do a sampling where there's telephone calls that's done throughout the community, and like the example that I gave about Cousin Jim, calling a resident, they're basically asking, hey, are there some other people living outside of your household? And then that's where we're able to arrive with some of our hidden homeless numbers.
So these are kind of plus or minus numbers that, and they're not right on the money. They're plus or minus because you may have missed some, or you may have too many. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
with Las Vegas being third ranked,
Mm-hmm.
is that as of these numbers in 2011?
Yes.
Have those cities with whom these figures are compared, have they shown a similar decline in their homeless numbers?
That I don't know off the top of my head.
I mean,
don't
knowing
know.
this is all, obviously, I mean, the accuracy and everything, the ultimate end is that we would like the federal government to continue to support the endeavors of what you're involved in.
Correct.
But as everything is repaired, unless it's not true across country, we will then move on and have to find our own funds for supporting the homeless issues, correct?
Right, and I want to say, as far as with the hidden homeless, perhaps another reason why some of the numbers are lower is because we have had the ARA funding, which I'll talk about in a minute,
Okay.
the Homeless Prevention and Rapid Rehousing Program. We also have some relocation dollars where social service will offer people to relocate, and you, as the City of Las Vegas, you have a reunification program where people are able to reunify with their families.
And I would gather that as you go out to do your count, this is a comparable evaluation other cities adopt and are using a similar type of count system?
They use the same
The same one.
methodology, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mayor?
Councilman Barlow.
Mr. Thompson, before
Yes,
you
sir.
move on to the next slide, I see here in the presentation where on slide number 4, it states that Las Vegas is the third highest homeless population in the United States.
Per capita, yes.
Per capita.
Per our population, yes.
Per population.
Mhm.
Followed, I should say we follow New York and Los Angeles.
Yes.
The population for New York is what, if you know?
Oh, wow. A few million.
Anyone?
And like I say, that's why they say, per capita, we have, about 2 million in our community. So based on the population share, we came out as number 3. From my understanding, I believe Los Angeles has around 60,000 homeless in their community. And then next is us with 9,432.
So I did just a quick search, 8.1 million people in the state
In New
of
York?
New York.
Okay.
And in the city of New York. And we have in Clark County, Las Vegas, combined approximately 2 million. Give a
Correct.
little, take a little. With that being said, how much, and you may know this question, you may not, but how much does the state of New York, the state of California, in particular the city of New York and the city of Los Angeles, contribute towards the homeless versus the amount that the city, the counties combined contribute toward its homeless population?
I don't have those exact figures, but I'll research and I'll get them for you.
That's very key to what you all are sharing here today, because with the Southern Nevada Regional Homeless Coalition, with all of the municipalities involved from Boulder City, Henderson, Clark County, Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, I would guess that we're not contributing as much as we need to in order to really make a true impact to homelessness in the community, for a number of reasons. Specifically, as I've shared with many people, Ward 5, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on who you're talking to on any specific given day, houses 90% of what I consider homeless services for the state, right in the middle of my ward. And from that, there's a lot of problems that I face as the representative, specifically from organizations and agencies who feed the homeless in parks, out in the middle of the street, in front of businesses that are impacting the business's ability to conduct business, which then becomes a weight on their bottom line to keep their doors open, and all of the other problems that come from trash urination in the streets and sidewalks and defecation along businesses and walls that the city departments have to go out and basically clean up, which basically impacts other departments' budgets, such as code enforcement. I mean, those are hidden costs, Mayor and Council, that we have not calculated in any of the monies that we fund towards the SNRPC, respectfully, because I'm pretty sure that I believe it's Larry Hogsness that oversees code enforcement now. I get it confused with all of the adjustments now. Rapid response falls under field ops. Okay. Turn your microphone on, please.
I would guesstimate it. We project about $200,000 to $250,000 a year of the hidden cost for the things you just mentioned, just through rapid response, the cleanups.
Right. And so for that, we have to basically bring all this up to the surface so that we, as a council, can recognize every element of finance that is contributed towards trying to solve this problem. And I say problem very lightly because there's different levels of homelessness.
Right.
Those that are hardest served to those that seek assistance. And there's a major problem with trying to really wrap our arms around this issue that is now impacting the residents in our neighborhoods and the businesses' ability to continue to conduct business because their customers are being forced away due to a lot of the points that I just mentioned, from sleeping in their driveways to defecating along their walls and fences. And people tend not to go near businesses that have the element of homelessness. So, I mean, law enforcement, we haven't calculated the law enforcement piece. I mean, as it relates to the homeless as well. So, I mean, there's a lot of hidden costs that needs to be brought to the surface so that we can really identify what that number, quote unquote, needs to be in order to really put a dent in what you're presenting before us here today, Mr. Thompson. And as a follow-up, before I complete my comment, very good presentation as far as your PowerPoint, but what I don't see in here is a measure as far as from when the agency started to where we are today currently, as far as measuring the level of success. Is it really working? Mm-hmm. And so that's a question mark that needs to be answered as well. Are we spinning our wheels? Are we chasing our tail? I mean, I would like to see a little bit more detail, and maybe it's a matter of you know, attending one of the board meetings if in fact you all show that level of detail of success versus, you know, the areas in which you really need more assistance in order to solve this problem. Specifically when you start throwing out dates as far as when teen homelessness is going to end, when homelessness is going to end, and the other points that you made early in your presentation. How are you going to do that, and how are you measuring that in order to achieve that goal?
And I'm glad you brought those 2 points up, Councilman. We're actually working, and again, we're glad we're getting this technical assistance because we are looking at what's the price tag? What does it cost to truly, because we're serious, we want to end homelessness in our community, but like you said, we need to know about all the hidden costs, we need to know what everybody's doing, and we're working with Home Base, and we're working with our Committee on Homelessness. We have working groups, and we're really trying to get that price tag. On the Help Hope Home website, it actually has our regional plan on there, and the last time that we updated that plan was in 2010. So we do see progress, and again, I can get that information to everyone on the council because pretty much every 2 years we'll revisit and, like you say, to make sure that we're on track with what we're doing, and also revisit and see if what we're doing is making sense. And we actually had a strategic planning session with the Committee on Homelessness in December of last year, and we were able, that's where we did all the alignment with the federal plan. So everything you pointed out, we truly are working on, and we will be, you know, reporting back to you guys at a later date. But we do have a 2010 update that's on our helphopehome.org site, and we are working on looking at what's the true cost of ending homelessness in Southern Nevada.
Thank you. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Yes, yesterday in our CMO briefing, I brought out some questions about the homelessness and what we're doing. And as you know, Franklin, I've served on some homeless committees. I've been a great advocate of helping in that area. But you know, you look at pages 15 and 16, which tells us that we served 183 families and 253 households received housing assistance. As you look at those statistics, which are good statistics to have, we're missing a very important statistic, and that statistic is the accountability measurement. We don't know what did we do with those 253 households that it worked. In other words, with the money we put in, the 253, did 53 then move away from homelessness, or did 5 move away from homelessness? And I know that's a little harder to do, but I think we have to do it now because we're spending so much money on the homeless. It's like a spigot. As we look at the police and all those other areas that Ricky mentioned and what you're talking about here, I think we have to funnel in on what is working. And then you have to take that and relate it to homelessness is not just one category. You know, which category are we succeeding in and which are we not? If we're not succeeding very well in that category that doesn't want any help because they sort of like that freedom of life without having accountability on their own, then are we helping with those who are mentally ill? Are we helping with those who need that type of help? Are we doing a bridge with the health department so that we can sort of get things together there and work with that group? But there's a myriad of groups in the homeless. And I have become convinced after spending many hours and many donations that there's part of that homeless group that just doesn't want to be helped. And I would rather spend the money on that part of that group that does want to be helped. And that's what I think we have to do now. We have to focus and gear more and get that measurement of accountability of what worked and what didn't work. And I know you've worked very, very hard on this. I think you've done a good job. And I don't know any place else in the country that has done that yet, that has broken apart, you know, the facets of homelessness. But if we have to focus on 25% of the homeless that are mentally ill, but we can really make a difference there, or the 25% of the veterans that need help and really make a difference there, then let's put our monies more there than put our monies with the ones who are doing what Ricky's talking about, and they're doing it because they like that lifestyle. And that's what I just think. I think we've reached the point where we have to get measurement, and we have to then focus on where our efforts are paying off.
And again, I'm going to keep talking about our technical assistance. That's one of the things that we're actually working on, our performance measures. And with the closeout of the Homeless Prevention and Rapid Rehousing Program, that is a part of the program evaluation to see what worked, what didn't work. And that's a big part of the HEART Act that I was talking about. Again, we're looking at not necessarily doing business as normal. We want to see what are the key things in our community that works, move those ahead, and look at some of the best practices and try those, you know, because we have to do pretty much a paradigm shift in our community. We have to look at the model of how we do homeless delivery. We've been successful, but again, if we're looking to meet those targets for 2015 and 2020, we have to change up the way in which we do business.
Yes, I will. But I just wanted to say thank you, Tyrone.
Okay. You're welcome.
I made the mistake there, but I apologize.
Okay.
We all worked together at the time. That's why the mistake was made.
And I'm sorry, Mayor.
Councilman Coffin did want to make comment, and then we'll proceed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think the Councilwoman touched on it, but it needs to be more bluntly spoken, and that is that there are some people that are on the bum, and they like that. I mean, that is their choice, and there's hundreds and hundreds of them out there, and they're not even mentally ill. I mean, some of them are there. They like hanging a sign because it's an easier way to make money, and they're organized into rings, and they do this, and they prey upon the sympathies of the citizens. So we have to make sure, as we begin to shoulder more of the burden ourselves out of our general fund, that we try to limit who we do give money to and then try to help those who are truly homeless, not by choice. And that can be done, but I see federal money is going to be dropping and dropping on this if you look at the mood of Congress. And so, but I think it's in our interest to spend money on this because they are the scourge of the neighborhoods in some places. And our citizens really want us to take care of this problem. On one hand, they'll say, don't spend money on those bums, but on the other hand, they don't want them in their neighborhood. So it's really our responsibility to handle it and suck it up and spend the money. One last question. Were the churches involved in the count, going back to my original questions? Because they have,
Yes, sir.
some good programs, and were faith-based groups and churches involved, and all that you know of that exist?
Yes, sir. Lots of community volunteers. We do a big push when we have the homeless census count.
I thought so.
So we have the faith-based community. They're not just a partner for that.
Sure.
They're always a partner with
Okay.
us. And
Thank
so
you.
we really rely on them.
Thank you. I know you have a long report here, and I do want you to go ahead, and
Always
then
a
we'll
long report.
have any more questions afterwards. But I do know there's research going on about the homeless that don't want to be helped, that are out there around the world. And so I know that you're feeding and learning about all of that, as well as we wanting to have that information. So please, Mr. Thompson, please continue on. Thank you.
All right, and I just, again, actually, that was a good segue, Councilman Coffin. The community collaborations are key. We have a mobile crisis intervention team that's out in the community every single day in various pockets of homelessness. We also, the Metropolitan Police Department, they are also out there. They have a help team that actually is targeted for the homeless community, so they're out there every single day. I wanted to point out some multi-agency responses to let you know it takes everybody together to work on some of these key projects. And so I pointed out three big interventions that we had in our community in this last fiscal year. The first was, well, not the first, but one was Occupy Las Vegas. When they first came and established in our community, they worked out a permit with the county to be able to actually reside outdoors. There were certain requirements that they had to have. Eventually that turned into a homeless encampment. And so we got together with all of our community partners, with Metro, and we come up with a plan in all of these, and we were able to engage people. Some people went into services, some people relocated, and some people just moved along the way. The Corridor of Hope, which is in the city of Las Vegas, most specifically on B Street and Owens. And then we also had a parcel of land on Las Vegas Boulevard and Owens. Over 200 people were in that area. And getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning, again, faith-based community, our Metro partners, our faith-based, our different community partners were out there engaging people. We were able to get, in this effort, 60 people were either moved into some type of emergency housing, transitional housing, or permanent housing, because we had what we called a Housing Connect over at the Corridor of Hope Center. And we also were able to get close to 20 people wanted to relocate back with their family members. They just kind of had enough. They were able to relocate with their family members. And then lastly, Landwell is a corporation in Henderson. They have over 2,200 acres of land, and they had a pocket in their community that had some homeless people, and working with the Henderson Police Department and the residents of that community, we were able to intervene in that area. I want to bring up Project Homeless Connect. That's that one day of service. Again, we want to invite you guys to that. Each and every one of you, not guys, each and every one of you to Project Homeless Connect. It's going to be on December 6th of this year at Cashman Center. That's where we bring all of our service providers under one roof. We're able to provide everything from legal services, which is extremely popular, pet services, health services, various social services. It's a day of dignity. We always want to treat the homeless with dignity. We feed them, and we also give some giveaways. So we're really excited about Project Homeless Connect. And then Homeless Prevention and Rapid Rehousing Program. That's the program that Councilwoman Tarkanian was alluding to. And I just wanted to give some figures as to why those funding streams were very important for our community. If not for those funds, we would have had approximately 1,442 households. There were two projects that happened. There was one that was through the county consortium, which was the county, the state, and the city of North Las Vegas. And then, as you know, your city of Las Vegas, you had a program as well. So combined total together, there were 1,442 households that either they prevented their homelessness or we were able to rapidly, they became homeless for a quick minute, we were able to get them right back into housing. And that's a total of 4,006 individuals. So that's really significant. So when we went back to that slide, looking at the census, those numbers would have been significantly higher if we didn't have those funding streams. I want to talk about the regional homeless dollars that you spend. There's 4 different categories in which you're funding. You're funding for the coordination, the day-to-day coordination. We have what we call a continuum of care. There are 3 continuum of cares in the state of Nevada. There's one in the north, the one in southern Nevada, and then there's one in the rural communities. We're proud to say that 2 weeks ago, we got our final award of $6.6 million to go towards transitional and permanent supportive housing, which is very key because we have a housing first model in our community where we want to get people into housing and bring those wraparound services and that intensive case management with them. We also support the Committee on Homelessness. We have inclement weather shelter, winter night shelter, which just recently ended on March 25th. What does that mean? That means that there's over 250 more people that are potentially out in the streets until we open up winter shelter again. Summer day shelter will open on May 1st. That's where people are able to come in during the day and retreat from the heat. And then we have seasonal nights in Henderson and Boulder City. We have a homeless management information system where all of our community providers can share information. We can make sure that people don't duplicate services, and we can become a more data-driven community. Instead of just guessing on what looks right, we're able to look into our homeless management information system and make decisions. Yes.
Just a quick question. Is there a registry? Have we tried to establish a registry of names of individuals?
Of
homeless? A registry of those people you're serving, a database, so
yes,
we know.
Yes, that's in the database. And we also have all of our users. We have a new system that's come on board called Clarity. We just went live on Monday, and we're able to get all that information.
Great.
We're able to extract
Thank you.
all that information.
Thank you.
And then lastly, the homeless census and evaluation that I talked about. The next census will be in 2013. Like Councilwoman Tarkanian talked about, we are definitely into updating our plan and tracking our outcomes. Just want to share with you the proportionate share of how you, as the City of Las Vegas, and how the other jurisdictions, how you pay into the regional homeless budget. We previously looked at the 2000 U.S. Census, being that we have the 2010 Census. This is how the proportionate share comes out. Clark County will have a 1.2% increase at 45% of the share. Las Vegas, you'll have a 1% decrease at 30%. Henderson, 13.2%, which is a 0.2% decrease. North Las Vegas will remain the same at 11%, and Boulder City at 0.8%. Again, this talks about funding is lowering in our community. The CDBG funds, which is the next agenda item, 20% decline from the last year. The ARA grant, the Homeless Prevention and Rapid Rehousing Program, is sunsetting, and that was a one-time federal allocation. And then again, it's always limited and reduced funding at the state and local levels. Now this slide, we want to just kind of talk about this slide that talks about our local perspective. We'll start over at the left and work our way to the right. The Committee on Homelessness Regional Budget is listed there. It shows the proportionate share, and this is for this fiscal year. This is what you paid. I want to let you know that the Committee on Homelessness did a great job of communicating that, hey, we need to make some cuts because, again, the general funds aren't as great as they used to be, so there's been 5% reductions the last 3 fiscal years. West Care Community Triage Center, that's a program that regionally we've adopted to divert those chronic inebriates and those that are mentally ill from the hospitals, from plugging up the hospital systems. They're able to go to West Care for substance abuse services. There's also a column for other staffing supplies, year-round shelter, non-general funds, And then on the far right, it talks about the HPRP dollars. We're at $6.2 million. The city's project was 2.1, and the county's was 4.17.
A question, please, or a comment from
Yes.
Councilman Ross.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And through you, in the far left column, Las Vegas, Clark County, Henderson, North Las Vegas, Boulder City, those dollar amounts are our contributions?
Yes, sir. From
And
the
then you
general
show
fund.
West Care's column there. Are those contributions or expenses?
Contributions. And this does not show the full amount because the hospitals also contribute towards this.
What is West Care's motivation to contribute $218,000 to this? And where do they get their funds? Am I reading this wrong? Is it just me?
We pay this to West Care.
We pay this to
right.
West
So
Care.
the
Okay.
municipalities.
So the city's paying the coalition
218.
284. We're paying West Care 218, and then we're also forking out 327,000 for other stuff.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Now I'm following you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, and then at the bottom it talks about the continuum of care. So at this point in time, I'm going to bring up Tim Birch. Again, he's the Director of Clark County Social Service.
And one moment, please, Councilman Anthony.
Okay, going back to that slide, Tyrone, so the city of Las Vegas, 280, tell me what that money is roughly being used for, the 284,000, the 218, and 327, just a rough.
That's going for the coordination for the continuum of care. It's going for the winter, the inclement weather shelter. It's going for the homeless management information system, and it's going for our homeless census count and evaluation of the. So those are the four components that I talked about previously.
So are there anything else in the budget dealing with homeless besides those three items that we contribute to, including personnel costs?
In the item where it says other for the city was 327. That's the contribution in addition to like the Quarter of Hope Center, which we'll be talking about. That's in addition to the federal funds that we've been to help staff and to run. And then as Tyrone mentioned, the next agenda item, there's additional, like when we use our CDBG funds and things like that, or additional monies that we roughly estimated by jurisdiction that we contribute towards homeless efforts.
And how many city employees are working on homeless issues?
I have 3 caseworkers that are completely federally funded, and I have 2 other full-time staff that work the majority on homeless with some other projects as well. Because a lot of times when you have caseworkers, for example, with the federal funded, you have to work on that project since it's the federal funds, but then I have 2 full-time generally funded staff persons.
Okay.
Thank you. Please continue.
Absolutely.
And again, if you would, for the record, please say your name.
Absolutely.
Thank
Tim
you.
Birch, I'm the Director of the Clark County Department of Social Service. I was asked by your team to come and help shed light on our role in this initiative because it is all about partnership. As you see from your slide, we are part of the community safety net. We are mandated by NRS 428 to provide aid and relief to the indigent. We do so based off of property tax. We get operating budget and a medical assistance budget that comes off of that property tax rate that is directed to the counties. NRS 428 states that we need to provide that medical relief and assistance primarily. If funds be available, then housing, financial assistance, general assistance, and then moving down into transportation and other programs as available. In addition to being the host site for the Regional Initiatives Office, we also are, of course, a direct service provider. So our service, our story, as you all well know, local government is pretty much a shared pain, and that is budget cuts and state redirects. As you see from your slide here, we've had over a 25% decrease in our operating budget and over a 30% decrease in our staffing model at our 5 locations that issue out this assistance at a time when the community needs it more than ever. We've also experienced in the 2009 legislative session a redirect of over $9.3 million per year of operating that was used to fund other services for the state. That was a catalyst for having us change our policies and procedures around whom is eligible to receive those services. One of the numbers in that slide that showed the number of sheltered individuals that dropped dramatically that Councilman Coffin pointed out can be directly correlated in a large sense to our decrease in services. We're a part of that point in time count. We tell the federal government every year on January 26th, or the night that we do the count, here's whom we had housed on our service dollars. Well, when we cut that assistance model from individuals being able to be housed 90 days in a year, if they were considered employable, to individuals with disabilities being carried until they qualify for Social Security disability, which could be 18 months to 3 years and on, we cut that to where individuals who are employable, some of the individuals you spoke about, now can only get assistance for 30 days once in a year. So we have dramatically cut the number of folks who are eligible because we focus on the most medically fragile first. So we have a lot more of what you would point out as able-bodied individuals on the streets because they're no longer being housed because of a decrease in our funding. That staffing model and reduction in our services, because we're required to keep that medical assistance primary, while you saw our budget reduction was about 30%, it has directly impacted our general assistance, our housing dollars, by 57%, so disproportionately. In 2008, we issued out over $16 million in housing assistance. We estimated the need was over 20. This year in my budget, I have $3.5 million for housing assistance. The only bright spot in this situation is that for the first time in 4 years, we estimate, thanks to our commission and our county manager, that we'll be able to budget flat. So things hopefully will not get worse, and we see things begin to bottom out there. You will also notice that on your slide here that because of my staffing decrease, we directly correlate that to individuals were waiting 3 days for assistance. So while they may have been on the streets, they only had to come back once or twice. There are now an 18 business day wait to access some of our emergency housing services, which means I have over 4,600 clients waiting to come in and see my staff to see if they can get this assistance. This assistance, by the way, are things typically adjudicated in major counties like LA and New York. Those counties also adjudicate the Medicaid, which you of course know is a disconnected system here in the state of Nevada, with those services being provided directly by the state, although we do directly partner with them considerably. So any questions? I'm sure there are.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. You touched on medical briefly.
Yes.
In the scope of your budget, your general fund budget for your department,
yes.
How much of your budget is consumed by medical? And if you can break out
yes.
That for me and itemize it, that would be helpful.
Sure. We have our operating budget is $57 million. And out of that $57 million, I have almost $26 million that goes to long-term care, meaning individuals who are incapacitated who have to get group home, nursing home assistance. We have that burden. We also then shift another $37 million for state intergovernmental transfers. And I have an increased burden this year thanks to some legislative action in the last session that requires us not only pay for Medicaid match, but to include some of the community-based health care waivers as well. Now that comes out of operating. In addition to that, I have an indigent medical budget, which is over $50 million. Had been over $80 million in the high years, down to $57 million this year. And in that vein, we provide what would really be akin to a Medicaid look-alike. Again, in our community, individuals 18 to 64 who do not have children, who are not disabled, aren't eligible for Medicaid like they are in other communities. So that population then falls to the county to serve. And we do so with those medical dollars. It's primarily outpatient. We try to get them outpatient. It's cheaper. Those service arrays are delivered through UMC and is, again, part of their burden and why they continue to have the disproportionate indigent population they have. And we do pay emergency in-care services. We pay them for UMC, and as other area hospitals. Every hospital, by the way, has a uncompensated care amount they must reach. Once they reach that uncompensated care amount, they start billing us for those indigent care service dollars. So we pay throughout the continuum of the 16 area hospitals. And alternative health care, and there's a whole service array. I could do an hour presentation just on that. So to be specific to your question, a vast majority of our budget is consumed with medical and medical-related costs. And some of those folks are homeless. Most of them are fragilely housed because of their medical conditions.
Thank you.
Up next is Ms. Tara Ulmer, whom you probably all know very well.
Good morning, Council. Tara Omer with Parks Recreation Neighborhood Services Department. In addition to the regional partnership, the City of Las Vegas has been leveraging additional resources and programs to our homeless effort. For fiscal year 2011, we've spent about $3 million towards human service activities. Approximately 79% of those were through the use of federal funds that we received, such as CDBG, HOPWA, ESG, home funds, and the remaining 21% was out of our general fund budget. Over $1 million was used for housing assistance, and that's activities such as rental assistance, providing affordable rentals and transitional housing services. Another $1 million was used on comprehensive housing services, which consists of case management and the other housing services that I previously mentioned. We spent about $800,000 on supportive services, and that's primarily case management, food vouchers, job training, and counseling. And then we spent a little over $80,000 on shelter operations and services. Through the City of Las Vegas Corridor of Hope Center that's located at 1581 Main Street in the Salvation Army Family Services Building, we've offered several programs out of that center. One is our Greyhound bus program. That's where we provide a one-way bus ticket to homeless individuals and families who have no income and they wish to relocate out of Las Vegas. We ensure that wherever we're relocating them to, they will not be homeless and they'll receive support and housing wherever their destination is. We've also been able to assist those who get employment with our national park services. And if we provide that one-way bus ticket to the national parks, they give them a job, they house them. So we do have that partnership as well. So far, since July 1st of 2011, we've assisted approximately 207 homeless individuals who had no income. We assisted them with a one-way Greyhound bus ticket. And we've spent about a little over $36,000. Another thing that we do at the Corridor of Hope Center is that we average at least 200 calls per month for help, for assistance. We pre-assess them. We find out what their needs and their barriers are. If we're able to help them, we help them. If we're not able to help them, then we refer them to other community resources. As of March 9, 2012, through the Homeless Prevention and Rapid Rehousing Program, we have provided housing assistance and case management services to 253 households. As mentioned previously, the HPRP program is slated to end June 30th of 2012. We had originally received $2.1 million for 3 years. We have spent a little over $1.8 million to date, which is 89% of our total $2.1 million allocation. We've served 183 families and 70 single households. We've prevented 157 households from becoming homeless, and we provided housing to 96 households who were homeless. So we took 96 households who were homeless off the streets and got them into housing and provided services. The average cost that we spent per household over a 9 to 12 month period was $7,400 per year.
Is this somewhat comparable to what's reflective in other cities of our size?
Actually, I'm not sure. I can find out. We haven't looked at the data to see how other cities have they, you know, how we fared against other cities, but I can definitely find out.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Coffin.
Tara, do we budget for follow-up services for those individuals that we assist, that you assist?
Yes, sir. We do provide follow-up services, and we'll be able to continue those follow-up services through June 30th.
And how do you conduct the follow-up services?
What happens is the case managers each have a caseload, And once the caseload becomes inactive, right now, we're currently enrolling and still providing services, but the case manager will follow up and call the client to see how they're doing. It's part of our outcomes and our evaluation. We'll follow up with them, see how they're doing, if they need referrals to any other community resources, and it'll really help us to, number one, gather success stories, and number two, determine if our program was successful, if we were able to help them, as Councilwoman Tarkanian, as she was mentioning previously. And those services will occur until June 30th.
Councilwoman Tarkanian has a comment?
Wanted to ask you then, so say you provided housing to 96 households that were homeless. You say that during the year after or the following year, you check and see, are they still in their homes, or have they left, or have they not been able to pay bills or things like that?
Well, from the families that we've assisted and the individuals from 2010, we would be doing that now. But this grant is slated to end June 30th, so we will only, under the current plan, be able to continue to provide those services through June 30th.
So does this mean that you're losing money that you have previously used for follow-up to see if you were successful or not?
Yes, ma'am. And Director Harsin will, he has some slides on
Because
that.
I feel that's a key.
Yes.
And that'll help everybody know better what to do. Thank you very much. And I just wanted to say, all these presentations have been excellent.
Any other questions?
Please continue.
And I'm bringing it in for the home run, and everybody's been great. I do want to compliment Tara and her team. For those of you who don't know, the Corridor of Hope Center is located at 1581 Main Street. We co-locate with Salvation Army, and this is where a lot of the program has been occurring over the last 3 years. As Tara had indicated, as you can see, there's going to be a direct impact with the ending of this HPRP program, much easier to say than homeless, the whole long word. And with the $2.1 million ending, it is going to discontinue the case management, just as you as brought up, Councilwoman Tarkanian, as far as for follow-up and working with individuals. We're going to rely probably more on partnering with our nonprofits, which are also desperate for funds, as you know, the growing need. But we will be working. They've been great partners in the past, and they will continue to be great partners in the future. We will continue some of the basic things, such as the bus program. That's not dependent on the federal funds, so the reconnecting families to home. Working with the limited funds we get through CDBG or any other opportunities where we can apply for the funds. We will always be seeking those opportunities, but we'll be turning more into a resource center. And again, it's serving as a resource for referrals where people can go. Because a lot of times individuals have no idea where to reach out or to get help. To sustain, if per se that the council would want to consider to sustain the program as it is, we have done some projections, and to maintain the case management with caseworkers and the housing assistance that needs to go with it, it would be generally an annual contribution in addition to my current budget of $450,000 a year annually. That's again to roughly cover the 3 full-time staff, and we would need to consider securing through our RDA set-aside funds, which is non-general funds. But if we could secure like $750,000 roughly annually, because while the caseworkers can do the time and spending and working with people, you always need monies to help with rent or to help with housing or to help with services. So the total impact potentially would be an additional $1.2 million annually, which basically is replacing what we'd be losing through the federal program. Again, without that funding, we would return to a referral agency, again, working with our nonprofits, and then again, we would continue as best we could with the Reconnect Families to Home bus system. And with that, I know it's a long presentation. I appreciate your indulgence, but that ends what our presentation. Any questions, comments, and we would welcome any direction at this point.
It was very meaningful. I know the entire council joins with me. This is a huge problem. We're very sensitive to it. I know we haven't even considered the runaways that are out here that become part of the homeless with whom we have to deal as well. And just hope the federal budget and there's a turnaround so that you can balance this and make sure you continue to serve as you are. And thank you all very, very much. It was we could spend a day just talking on this. And I know it's a problem worldwide. Yes.
touch a little bit, and they just passed an interesting fact. But we do, as a region, or Southern Nevada, receive far less federal funds per capita due to some antiquated HUD formulas, for which favors older communities more, as you would see in the East. And so, again, that's a challenge we deal with, that while we're competing for funds per capita, and given with what we're dealing with, that's an impact. And we see the federal funds, as you've seen, are decreasing and becoming more and more scarce and becoming more and more challenging. So it's just an interesting fact to throw out there, that we continue to try to work with HUD, the federal government, but is some very old formulas that need to be updated.
And you are, your funds that are available based on demands from the government really are more geared towards the homeless, correct?
A lot, yes.
Whatever you have for allocation.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any comments, questions?
I had one more question, please.
Thank you.
Is that 18% set aside for the RDA funds, which has now been divided between the school district and housing? Used to be all housing.
Yes.
But now it's divided between the school district and housing.
Yes.
You're using that money as
We-
part of what you're doing?
We are not now. We are currently not doing that. That
But,
would be
no,
a-
what
could be
would
a
it go, could that go for the, what I'm asking is, not for those who are maybe chronically homeless, but for those who have just lost a job or something like that?
Good morning. Lisa Morris, Hibbler, Deputy Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. Mayor, if I may. Councilwoman, that money could go to what we call tenant-based rental assistance. So it's long-term rental assistance. Each month we could pay for a portion or all of the rent and also utilities for those individuals that we're trying to move into stability.
So it is not now being done, but it could be done?
It could be done. We've done it in the past. We haven't done it currently because, as Director Harsin stated, our caseworkers are tied to a federal grant, and so we can't use those funds right now. But if they were not tied to that grant, we would be able to use that for.
So that is some place that you could get additional monies to help?
That is correct.
Because you're going to lose that, I mean, the federal grant ends.
That is
Okay,
correct.
well, that's, at least I was thinking in the right direction there. Thank you. Thank you
welcome.
very much.
Thank you very much. I'd entertain a motion to accept the report, please.
Motion to accept the report.
Thank you very much. There's a motion, please vote. Please post. Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Harsons. Thank you.
I'm up for the next one, too.
Oh, you're here with us, too. All right, we
Yes.
are moving on to item number 39, discussion for possible action, estimated allocation of $4,137,391 in fiscal year 2012-13, Community Development Block Grant, SDBG funds to the City of Las Vegas Department of Housing, Urban Development, HUD to all wards. And here we are.
And could I ask that item B40 be read, and we'll do both items at the same time?
Please.
So, if you could read item 40 also? What we can
Item
do.
40, I will, yes,
Yes.
do that too, assuming I can separate the papers here. Discussion for possible action, estimated allocation of $1,122,382 in fiscal year 2012-2013, housing opportunities for person with AIDS, HOPWA, grant funds to City of Las Vegas by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, all wards. Again,
Great. Thank you,
Darcy.
Mayor and City Council. These agenda items is the allocation of recommendations for our CDBG funds and Hopper funds, again, federal funds that we've talked about. This year, of the allocations that were available, or the monies that was available, it's about $690,000 of CDBG funds, which is 15% of the total allocation that the city receives, and then about $1.1 million of Hopper funds. The CDRB is a board that consists of 13 members that you all appoint. They have met numerous hours over the last few months, deliberating, hearing presentations. I am here to introduce Devinder Pappas and Carmen LaShawn Miller, who is the chair and co-chair, and they're going to present the board's recommendations.
thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Devinder Pappas, Chairperson for the Community Development Recommending Board for this fiscal year. The City Council is limited by federal regulations to allocating only 15% of its community development block grant funds to public service projects. As you know, the CDBG program has sustained 26% cuts over the last 2 years. The city set aside $110,590 in CDBG dollars to partially fund the Safekey recreational and track break programs. The programs serve well over 3,000 low-income children and their families throughout the city. These children receive tutorial assistance, cultural arts experiences, in addition to recreational activities after school and during track breaks. The board reviewed 38 CDBG public service applications from local nonprofit agencies. These agencies requested a total of $1,827,549. The total funding available, $485,019. It's over a 4-to-1 ratio for the money available. All applicants for each program were asked to prioritize their funding needs to assist the board in allocating such limited funding. These agencies were informed that the council priorities for this upcoming fiscal year were homeless outreach and prevention, youth programs focusing on academic skills and early childhood development, special needs populations, and seniors. The board recommended funding for 16 of the 44 CDBG public service applications in the total amount available of $485,019 as listed in the agenda memo. Every year, this board faces challenges going through these very deserving and worthy applications. This year, we made a very difficult decision. We decided to focus our attention on homeless prevention and outreach. I want to stress that every program that came before us was exceptional and demonstrated their commitment to our community. However, we took this very difficult decision to heart, and we hope that by focusing on homeless prevention and outreach, our extremely limited funds might have the most powerful impact on our Las Vegas community. I'd like to now introduce Carmen LaShawn Miller, this year's co-chair, to summarize the remaining recommendations.
Thank you, Devender. Mayor, Council, good morning. To follow up and clarify with the board's recommendations, all of the members of the CDVRB bring a plethora of personal and professional experience in our decisions. These decisions were made based on what was most efficient, which was a direct client service, where we had an accountable-based program to verify services, as well as encouraging collaboration among agencies and inclusive needs for the citizens, all the citizens of Las Vegas. The city is a designated recipient of the Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS, also known as HOPWA, for all of Clark County. The board reviewed 5 HOPWA applications requesting a total of $1,193,822. The total funding available was $1,088,711. The board recommended funding all 5 of the HOPWA applications in the total amount of $1,088,711, as listed in the agenda memo. This funding will provide services to address the needs of persons affected with HIV/AIDS, including rental assistance, affordable housing, case management, and emergency services.
I'd like to now take a moment to introduce the committee members that are here and the ones that are not present. With us today, we have Rodney Jordan and Phyllis McFadden. Thank you both.
Thank you. You're rising in the back there on the right. Thank you.
Also serving on the board are Roxanne McCoy is here as well. I'm sorry, Roxanne. How could I forget that pretty dress? Also serving on the board are Mike Aker, Pamela Hartley, Yolanda Cervantes, Audrey Asselin, and Verla Davis Hogard. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize the incredible city staff that did so much work to make this as easy as possible for the council or for the committee. We have Sean Bolster back there. Sean was our primary contact, and I understand she was instrumental for bringing in the new Zoom grants program, which made it so easy for staff or for the board to review the applications. So I'm sorry I'm not getting everybody's names. I don't remember some of your last names. But the staff that helped us out were incredible, and I don't know what we would do without them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great, great. And thank you, board. You know, I know, and just having met with Mr. Arson on this and staff at different times, how painful this must have been. How do you pick? How do you possibly pick? How do you pick one child over another? So I know it's a very difficult situation, and hopefully funds will come back to the government and to the city that will pick up this huge shortfall. And I know Councilman Anthony, you had comment, please.
Actually, I wanted to kind of mention that also. I really want to thank the board members for doing this, because when the times were good and the money was coming in, it was a lot easier, because you could fully fund everything, partially fund everything. Things were a lot easier for you. Well, those days are over. And I don't know what the budget's going to be for the next go-around, but it's probably going to be even less than this time. So your job is getting tougher, and you have to sift through these. And you're the ones listening to the presentations. You're the ones that have to decide what to fund, what not to fund, what to give some money to. So I know we give you, I know this council gives you direction in that we come up with 4 priorities, and that helps. But I think the next go-around, I think the city council really has to kind of make the tough choices and to give you a little more direction on what we think should be funded, so you can be a little bit more laser beamed on what to fund and what not to fund based on what we think is important, to take maybe some of that burden off of you. So I would definitely like to have a larger discussion next time around when this money becomes available, just to give you some tools to make easier decisions on what to fund and what not to fund. So maybe that will be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Poppins.
Thank you. Absolutely, we would welcome more direction from the city council. Carmen and I have served on this board for 6 years. There's a couple of members that have served longer. We've got a couple of brand new members that have served this year, and every one of us find this rewarding but incredibly challenging. If you would like, assuming we get reappointed next year, if you would like to have us come in and perhaps talk to you about some of these recommendations, we can let you know what it's like to sit on the front line. We'd be happy to participate in that program.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
Your mic's not on.
Thank you. Those who are working in the grassroots know so much more. And so we can only do it from our feedback from our different people in our wards or what we're hearing. But I know full well it's, you want to run something well, you have to go to the people that are actually working the program. Councilman Beers, you did.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know how to send requests to staff yet, so I'm going to ask the questions here until I get educated. I would really be interested in understanding the ratio. You mentioned 4-to-1 of applicants to funding, say, looking at the last 5 years. That information may be somewhere, and I just don't know where it is. I'm just kind of curious to get a feel for the process.
If I may, Carmen LaShawn Miller. I know one of the things that's serving on this board for 6 years is that we do get an opportunity to speak to these applicants that come and make these presentations, and we've made suggestions in the past about doing some collaboration because we got an indication that this money would start getting cut, and we saw that. It's very much a collaborative effort between the board as well as the agencies that come through there. But we've seen a decrease over the last 3 years, would that be correct? Over it, and we don't know what's coming down the pike. So we were trying to be very proactive in encouraging these applicants and saying, what are you doing? How are you being accountable? How's your case management? What's this? These are the questions when they make the presentations that we ask as a board. So we really try to do that, but I do believe that data is available. Is there not, right, sir?
Let me just make a comment. I know for the last 5 years very comfortably the ratio has always been anywhere from 4-to-1, 5-to-1, routinely every year. We can get the statistics for you to show you, but it's never been equally, everybody got funded. It's always been the request is far higher than the available funds.
Councilman, you're okay on this? Your mic is off. He's blocked it.
Mic's on. Oh, now I'm not blocked. Let me try that again. That was kind of cool. Huh. That answers my question. Thank you.
Mayor.
Boy, is he a fast learner. Councilman Barlow, I hear your voice.
Thank you. I want to really thank the entire committee for a job well done. Specifically, when you have more requests coming in than funds to distribute, makes it very difficult. And so just hearing from you in regards to the questions that you and your committee members asked as far as to really dig down deeper and try to find some of the details of how they're operating their budgets and how those budgets will be spent, provided you all as a committee an opportunity to really make an educated representation as to who should be funded and who should not be funded. Unfortunately, there were a number of agencies that were not funded that do a very good service to the community. And it's always tough to give one some level of funding and others no funding or smaller funding than what was given in previous years. And that's a part of the leadership role and why each and every one of you were selected, because those are decisions that we as a council have to make every day. We can't make everyone happy, and we understand that we tend to make more people mad due to the decisions that we make, but that's a part of the leadership and position that you were appointed to do. And so for that, I want to commend each and every one of you for standing up and doing the right thing and presenting to this council your recommendations for those committees that you selected. Thank you so very much.
Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I just also wanted to say thank you to all of you. I know how much time it takes, and I know what a strain it is when you're trying to determine which one of all good entities should be awarded. So thank you very much. Your 6 years, all that effort and time, it's greatly appreciated by us all.
Councilwoman Tarkanian, we're hoping to serve for a number more of years more, so thank you.
Just keep up your strength. Now, I understand, Mr. Jerbick, we can take these together?
You can, as long as the motion is clear.
Okay, would you care to make a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I guess just to make it clear, I'll make a motion on 39. We'll vote on that, and I'll make a motion on 40. So we're very clear then on what's going on.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's his Greek heritage. Go for it, man.
Okay. Let me make sure I'm making this motion. So the motion is to allocate $4,137,391 to the Community Development Block Grant Funds as presented today. Is that correct? Okay, then that will be my motion for item number 39.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Please post. Here it comes. I feel it. Motion carries. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
And item number 40, the motion will be to allocate $1,122,382 for the housing opportunities for persons with aid grants to the city of Las Vegas. Is that correct?
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Thank you again. Motion carries. Appreciate it. And now we move on to item number 41, discussion for possible action to rename the park currently known as Justice Myron E. Leavitt Family Park to Justice Myron E. Leavitt and J.C. Community Park located at 2100 East St. Louis Avenue, and revise the signage in the amount of $6,150. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Mr. Harson.
And my last item, then you don't have to see me. This item is to consider renaming the Justin Myron E. Leavitt Park. And I have with me today Malcolm White, who is the chair of the Park and Rec Advisory Commission, and he is going to present to the recommendation on the renaming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Malcolm White with the Parks and Rec Commission. I'm the chairman. I'd like to report that the vote was unanimous to rename the Justice Myron E. Leavitt Family Park to the Justice Myron E. Leavitt and J.C. Community Park. It was a unanimous discussion amongst the commissioners to rename and reinsert the J.C. name into the park.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. There are a number of people here to speak on this, and I'd like to have them have that chance to speak first, and then I'll make my comments.
Thank you. Would you please approach the microphone and state your name for the record as you speak? Thank you.
Good morning, mayors, mayor, council, and mayors of the city council. My name is David Lopez, and I sit on the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, and I'm here in support of agenda item number 41, to reincorporate the JC name and back into what is now called Levitt Park. I brought up the issue to the board after conferring with my neighbors, Councilman Bob Coffin. We recently acted on this proposal on the board, which was welcomed by much support, not only from the commission, but also from neighbors that I met with in the neighborhood. I supported the idea because I, as well as other members of the board, wanted to ensure that both the JC and Levitt families received proper recognition and ovation for all their contributions that they gave to the city of Las Vegas. We agreed that in no way did we want to belittle the contributions that were given to us by the late Justice Myron Levitt, as he was a well-respected, dedicated, distinguished state and local leader. I am in strong favor of the reinstatement of the JC name because there is much historical significance that must be acknowledged by us and future citizens of this great community. Both parties involved, the JCs and Levitts, deserve proper credit for their work. Therefore, I wholeheartedly support the reincorporation of the JC family name in conjunction with Justice Myron Levitt's name. I hope the council and mayor bring this to a successful vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
My name is Dee Ennis. I'm the JCI Nevada Senate President. I'd like to thank the council, mayor, and the council for hearing us today. We did have a few more participants today, but they had to go on to other things, so I will speak for them. But in all, I thank the Parks and Recreation Department for hearing us previously, and they all support us unanimously, and we feel this is a great resolution for this. When I worked on the park back in the 70s, I had black hair. So I know the work that went into that, and I know we've lost a few of our members during that time, but in their memory, I appreciate the council's vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ennis. You'd make a great Santa. My gosh, don't touch that hair.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Coffin. Excuse me, Councilman Barlow.
I just also want to recognize Dee Ennis, who has been a long-time city employee who retired a few years back. And how many years did you serve in the city of Las Vegas, Dee?
I served 30 years.
Served 30 years in which department?
Public Works.
In Public
That's
Works.
why your hair's white. It has nothing to do with anything else.
I worked graveyards, so didn't have much time.
Yeah, and when I started in the city in 1999, Dee was one of the first people that I met, and a very, very good man. And so, Dee, good to see you, and continue to enjoy your retirement.
Thank you. Warren Gregson was the mayor when I started. Thank you.
Councilman, anyone else? Councilman Coffin, we're here.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll try to be brief on this. This has been coming for 3 years. I think there were a lot of people, there are hundreds and hundreds of JCs, former JCs, because they age out at age 35 or 36, so they move on to other things. It's true that the city did a search to try to find out if there was an active JC chapter, and technically there wasn't at the time this name was changed. And it was, so one can call it an injustice or an oversight, but it just shows the seriousness of name changes in parks, that original intent can never be forgotten. We have a situation here where I was never a JC, but I personally benefited when I was a teenager from the JCs, their activities. They helped hundreds and hundreds of kids here, and I was one of those who benefited from the golf program. They had the largest junior golf program in the United States of America. And of course, they had other things that they did, as well as, of course, their strictly local activities, the fair and carnival and other stuff. And they built, with sweat equity, the J.C. Park at a time the city didn't have any money to do that. They took an area that was a former landfill dump, one of the early city dumps, and they made something out of it. So I think we really we owe it to them to bring their name back in. I know it gets a little long, it can conceivably be a little clumsy at times, and people will call it what they think they should call it, if they want to call it J.C. Park or Levitt Park or J.C. Levitt Park. It doesn't matter. The thing is let's not forget the past, what people have done for us. They have been upset for the last 3 years, and I think it was 2 years ago that I found out, well, I found out as I was driving by. I didn't know the process that had been used to change the name. So I thank Chairman White and Commissioner Lopez for being here to express the will of the commission. I think it's a very popular decision that they've made, and I hope that the council will wholeheartedly endorse this. And by the way, I brought this up with Shirley Levitt last year, Myron Levitt's widow, lovely lady and longtime resident of downtown Las Vegas. And, you know, Myron was a JC, I'm told. And Myron would have been mortified if he had known that his old JC's name had been taken off that park in lieu of his own. He wasn't a selfish man. He was a good friend of mine and an ally of many, many people here in Las Vegas. So I think it's appropriate. I don't know of any opposition to this. And so thanks again. And Dee, thank you for coming and representing all those people who I know are counting on you to be here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Beers? Nothing. Okay. Councilman Coffin, motion here?
Your Honor, I move that we accept the report, the recommendation from the Parks Commission to rename the park currently known as Justice Myron E. Levitt Family Park to Justice Myron E. Levitt and J.C. Community Park. That is my motion.
Thank you. There is a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Happy painting or ordering the sign, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will now move on to item number 42. This is an abeyance item, discussion and possible action regarding an appeal of a work card denial for Adnan Haris Saab, DB at Fabulous Freddy Car Wash, 1101 South Fort Apache Road, Ward 2, which is now not vacant, and that is in your ward, Councilman Beers. Is the applicant present? And
thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager, and the applicant is here, and I believe also a representative from Fast Freddy's, so I'll let them introduce themselves. Can you see it? It's right in front.
Chris Alexander, General Manager, Fabulous Freddy's.
Adnan Saab.
And also a representative from the Metropolitan Police Department.
Detective Mary Lavarna, Metro Special Investigations.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. We are, in this instance, Mr. Saab has applied to be the manager of a car wash at Fast Freddy's, and according to the applicant and the business representative, he needs to be able to use the convenience store cash register on occasion. His shift would be limited to 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. because of using that cash register in the convenience store where they do have a liquor license. He would therefore need a work card. We are recommending approval with some very specific conditions. It would be a site-specific work card for Fast Freddy's for this location only. He would only be able to manage the car wash operations. The cashier convenience store operations would only be as a minor duty between the hours of 7 a.m. and 8 p.m., and that there would be an approved key employee that would be assigned to that shift as well, and that we would have a one-year administrative review of all of the conditions.
Okay. Gentlemen, do you agree to those conditions?
I do.
Okay. Anything?
Yes, we do. Anything
else you'd like to add? Okay, questions or comments from the council? Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. One-year review administratively, and then once that one-year review is done, he can do what he needs to do to get on with his life? Is that the game plan?
Correct.
So all those conditions won't apply after a year should he be an exemplary employee?
Should he be an exemplary employee, then we would remove those conditions. If we still have concerns about those conditions, or if Metro still has concerns, we would ask that those conditions remain.
Okay. Well, for Freddie to send Chris up here to vouch for somebody, I know these guys, I trust these guys, and they wouldn't do that if they didn't count on him for being a great person and trying to get his life pointed in the right direction for the company and for himself. So I'm in full support of that. In fact, it sounded a little restrictive, but as long as it goes away in 12 months, I'm okay with it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Any other questions from the council? Councilman Beers?
Motion for staff approval.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please vote. And post. And motion carries.
Good, great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to item number 44. Resolutions are 22-2012, public hearing for possible action regarding a resolution to augment and amend the City of Las Vegas fiscal year 2012 general fund budget. This is a public hearing which I now declare open. Ms. Falder.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Candace Falder, Finance Director. What we have here today is an item to augment the general fund fiscal year 12 budget. Under NRS 354, an augmentation requires that you have a special source of revenue to allow you to add to the appropriations. This year we had excess beginning fund balance above what we had planned coming into fiscal year 12, and we are also experiencing a larger balance in our sales tax, our C-tax revenue that we had budgeted for. So we would like to take the $10 million excess beginning fund balance and $3 million of the revenue, increased revenue level, and increase our appropriations, the bottom line expenditures in the general fund, to allow us a one-time true-up of the employee benefits fund. So with that explanation, we seek your approval of this augmentation.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Falder, anyone? I'll make that motion to go up with public comment. Please come right on up and state your name.
My name is Anthony Hart. I went through these today, but you're doing a good job, lady. That's all I got to say.
We treasure her. Anyway, I will proceed to make the motion to accept the proposed augmentation. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Thank you very much. We will move on to item number 45. For possible action, Audit Oversight Committee, Councilman Steve Wolfson, term expiration 3/21/2013, has resigned, obviously, to become our district attorney. I move to appoint Councilman Steve Ross to complete that audit oversight term, and to which he has agreed. Thank you very much. Any questions, comments? There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. I move now on to, just moving right along. It's getting late. Lunch passed already. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Item number 46, discussion for possible action on appointments to City Council members of various city, Las Vegas, and other jurisdictional boards, commissions, and authorities. My motion is to accept the following. Local Law Enforcement Advisory, Councilman Ricky Barlow. Oversight Panel for School Facilities, Councilman Bob Beers. Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition, Councilman Bob Beers. Southern Nevada Health District, Councilman Bob Beers. Yucca Mountain Nuclear Repository, Councilman Bob Beers. And I would make that in the form of a motion to accept those names in those positions. Any questions, comments? Please vote. Please post. It's too late. You didn't even have a chance to say anything. We have a new attorney down there. Okay. Oh, wonderful. I will look forward to that. Thank you very much. We'll move on to recommending. Item number 47, recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 2012-14, my favorite part of the day. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2012-14, First Amendment, an ordinance providing for the issuance of the City of Las Vegas of its general obligation limited tax medium-term bonds, Series 2012A, in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $8,500,000 for the purpose of acquiring, constructing, improving, and equipping street projects, providing details concerning the bonds, the project of the general tax proceeds, and to provide the other matters relating thereto.
Councilman Barlow?
Yes, I would like to defer to my colleague, Councilman Kaufman, for any comments.
Thank you, colleague. I'm going to restate my opposition here, and maybe I try to be briefer than I was the last few times this has come up, because each time there's a step taken, we move closer to this conclusion of creating a hole in the freeway, and a good freeway. And by the way, a well-designed hole in the freeway, if one wants to look at it as well-designed, it certainly is. I still can't figure out why we're going to do this, even though I know there is a state statute calling for us to do that. And I've repeatedly apologized in the past for voting for that statute in 2009, not knowing the real truth about what happened, not knowing that, in fact, the city and NDOT had conformed to the appropriate ordinances and procedures for notifying the affected residents from basically downtown to the Speedway. And this is only one small part of that project. And so the state, essentially, statute forces the city and NDOT, Nevada Department of Transportation, to spend a still really unknown amount of money on punching a hole through that freeway to reestablish connection of F Street through, even though there are good streets at D and H going under the freeway. Now, the people that designed this up in Carson City are colorblind in this situation. I don't think they had any idea that there was a slight being felt and perceived by the people who live in that part of town, but it happened. The city actually approved, and the council actually approved that final plan back in the day. So what we have today is a mess on our hands. Some can say it's not our fault here on the council, because we can say we were forced to do this because there's a statute. But I repeat what I've said before, and that is, at times past, when the legislature has made a mistake, it has recanted its position, particularly if the people who are affected by the mistake voice an objection. And the only objection I know is to vote and continually vote against this, being forced to spend this money. It is perceived on the west side as one more slight against the community over there, and I can certainly understand that. I think I characterized the particular little area that's being affected here as it might have been a blown up area or a bombed out area, and I think that's probably my impression from childhood days all the way through. Well, obviously it's not all that way, but in essence what we are going to do is knock a hole in the freeway, and we will end up right back where we were, because no additional money will be spent on the neighborhood. Whereas we could have spent a lot of money on the neighborhood without having to do this. In fact, that proposal was made to Senator Horsford back in the day when this was produced, but he objected. He said, no, we must do this as is. So it became moot, and it was passed by the legislature. A real mistake, too, and it unfortunately falls on us because we're being criticized right now for excessive spending in various quarters of the city, whether it's, in some people's opinion, whether we spent too much on the Mob Museum or this building, City Hall, or anything else. When you add this to it, it starts to look bad. And I just think we need to object to this. I feel like by the way, the $2.5 million that's been spent, I don't think has been totally wasted, because there's wonderful designs, wonderful plans for that underpass. It would be nice, although I hate to see, in essence, the equivalent of hiding this under the bushel, because in fact, why not take those designs and build a wonderful monument outside the area, not waste this money punching a hole in the freeway, and instead do follow through with the designs and do place the panels in an appropriate place on the west side, D or H, or even on the other side of F if you want to. some things are moving this, and I don't know what. I mean, whether it's landowners, whether it's property transactions that have occurred, there are things mysterious to me, and yet it still has momentum. I will vote against it again, and I have to say to you, colleagues, I think we will feel repercussions from this because it's still abstract right now. It's still theoretical. But when the construction starts and when it's in progress and then completed and people see what we did, which was nothing, I think we're going to find us under fire for that. So thank you very much for suffering my comments, and I'll yield it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Coffin, and thank you, Mayor and Council. Before I take this to a vote, I just want to put on the record that I respectfully 100% disagree with my colleague's comments in regards to the area that I represent and the area he depicts as a road to nowhere. We have great residents that live in the historical West Las Vegas community. Residents that have been living in this community for 100+ years, specifically in this geographic area that F Street is located. Without going back into the historical data as to how or why we got here, we are here. There have been countless neighborhood meetings that have transpired all the way up until last Thursday when close to a little bit less than 100 residents came out in relation to keeping the city as well as NDOT feet to the fire as it relates to the reconnection of a street that is important to this community. And that's one thing that I love about residents, specifically those residents that I represent. And in any community, when community residents feel that there is an injustice that have transpired, those residents come out and they speak to their representatives to state their likes and dislikes. And all of the wonderful projects that we're doing, for example, in Symphony Park, as I look out my window, Councilman Coffin, and see the beautiful roadway that we're constructing right down the middle of Symphony Park, which connects right into City Parkway, which will then connect into the reopening of F Street. That street will provide an access point from Owens all the way to Charleston. And what a fitting opportunity and time to reactivate F Street, because now it will provide all of the motorists on Owens an opportunity to get to have another ulterior mode travel way of getting to Charleston to Charleston through right through the heart of Symphony Park. And to now have a disconnect, I believe that it doesn't serve, from a planning standpoint, it doesn't serve any motorists or any transit, any service by having this street disconnected. And so, although I understand your comments and your reasons behind you not supporting this item, I philosophically disagree, because the residents in this community are so deserving to have access points that provide them an opportunity to get in and out of their community from multiple access points, not just D and H, but multiple access points. And I'm looking forward to the day that F Street will be reconnected. And I really want to thank all of those who have weighed in on this item, pro and con, because the pros just as well as the cons provided some insight that I didn't think of. But yet and still, there are a number of faith-based groups, nonprofit, for-profit, as well as residents that have basically stood behind this project moving forward. And I have to give credit to the City of Las Vegas and its entire staff, specifically David Riggleman and his team, who have endeared neighborhood meeting after neighborhood meeting, to include last week, which I must admit wasn't as pleasant as it could have been, but yet and still we were able to make some decisions and move forward as to the aesthetics of of what's to be. As far as money's not being spent in this area, that is not true. We have millions of dollars being spent in this area today as it relates to curb, gutter, sidewalks, streetscapes that are coming in this year. And I'll be happy to share that with any council member that don't believe that there's no infrastructure or improvements being developed in the ward in which I represent. I work very hard in the district in which I represent, and I will always stand behind the work that I'm doing and challenge anyone to challenge me on what they perceive that I'm not doing and what I should be doing. And so for that, I would like to move forward with a recommendation of approval of this item subject to all conditions, and that will be my motion at this time.
Councilwoman Tarkanian, and then we'll take you and Councilman Beers' comment also. Thank you. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I just wanted to point out that I understand the direction of both of the councilmen, and with all sincerity and loyalty to what their basic philosophy is. The problem happened because of two reasons. One, maybe we didn't give enough notice out on the meetings, but also we didn't have people who came forward from that area at the time. And somebody certainly picked it up and could have done that. So I only say I hope now, when we're meeting what we need to meet, that the people will be so grateful to you, Councilman, that they will be sure to be hard-working, strongly involved community residents, not only in that area affecting them, but throughout your entire ward. We did make known through our representatives at the legislature, and I know in public meetings, twice at least, I made known my resentment that the legislature was telling us what to do and placing us in an almost a blackmail situation. I remember discussing it with Mayor Goodman, Oscar Goodman, and I was appalled by it. And we tried, we really truly tried. But the situation now is we've had so many different votes on this, we've moved to this point that it would be really wrong, I think, to go backwards. Let's just say all of us could have done better. Let's next time do better, and let's move forward now and do the best we can in that group and make sure that they're really grateful that they have such a beautiful thing coming, Mr. Councilman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And Councilman Beers?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm planning to vote against this measure, and I wanted to explain why. My concern is really purely government management and fiscal in nature. This is going to be $800,000 of cash flow per year for the next 10 years that the City Council will not be able to use to respond to capital emergencies. The Garside Pool, for example, would be one we heard about today. I am a historian in some of my spare time, and it's a shame that we plunked down Interstate 15 right smack dab in the middle of this very significant historical neighborhood in this city's history. And I'm anxious to work with Councilman Barlow on figuring out ways to capture that historical interest that already exists in that area by people who appreciate history. I think there's ways to do it, but I can't tie up the city's financial hands like this in good conscience. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. This, please.
Oh, thank you.
And can you restate
My
your
name
name,
is Anthony
please?
Hardy, Winter Trees David. This issue has been going on for years, and as I said, Senator Hartsman, as he was, what else, and the city, and everybody got all mixed up in it, and it shouldn't have never been closed in the first place. And it's an interstate, or either it's the U.S. Highway 9. I don't know. The two interchanges right there together. It doesn't matter. They both are eminent domain. Furthermore, it was once open. It should have never been closed. But the city having to put up money because of something that senator guy made and the state passed down. What I'm trying to say now, the city has no business having to pay anything. I'm sorry. And the problem is it should have never been closed, but it ain't the city's fault because a lot of people got together, the state senator and the city and everybody got all messed up all over the place. But it's an interstate or it's the U.S. Highway 9. I don't know. They're both right there together. It doesn't matter. They're both are eminent domain. It was open it, and the city shouldn't have to pay a dime. I'm sorry.
Anyone else wishing to make comment, please step forward and state your name.
Is that on now? Yes. Yeah, my name is Val Sharp. I'm the president of the LVCEA. And I wanted to comment in opposition to the bond issue. And I want to, first of all, acknowledge that Ricky Barlow has been a stalwart supporter of the city employees and shows real empathy towards us, and we appreciate that. And our reason for opposition is not because of the opening or the closing of the road. Basically, what we're looking at is a fiscal year 13 budget development plan that was submitted last month. And in it, it shows $13.5 million to retire the Neonopolis garage debt of a general fund obligation. What we would like to see happen is, instead of incurring another bond issue against the city for opening F Street, we would like to see this postponed, use the 8.5 money to do the bond issue. You have a $5 million balance. Why am I here? That balance could be used to restore all of the city employees who are working under a reduced work week. It would basically put everybody on a 40-hour basis, which would enable all of you, council people and mayor, to get more services available because they'd be working more hours. It would also enable them to probably hire even more people back off of our RIF list, which at one point in time was about 120 employees. It has been reduced significantly to, we've had about 51 or so people rehired. We would love to see all of them come back. We want to encourage the city manager to support us in this effort. We gave $22.5 million over our MOU period, which is last year and currently this year. We didn't give it out piecemeal. We gave it out all at once. Getting it back piecemeal creates a real issue with our employees because they're saying, why them and not us? So the issue about, I understand where Councilman Coffin is coming from. He is my councilman. As a matter of fact, I live in his ward. But the city council has ruled that the opening is going to occur. So whatever the reasons were that it were provided, it's Mox Nix at this point in time. But what we're concerned about is, why float another bond issue and then turn around and pay off probably a fairly poor performing bond issue? I understand the $2.5 million being saved. Let's face it, Neonopolis has been an albatross. I'm in sympathy with that. You know, it's a challenge. But let's do it the right way. Let's put the cash up, since we're going to, instead of retiring this, postpone this, put the 8.5 million up, use the 5 million to bring all of your employees back who are eager and anxious to work for the city of Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Mr. Mayor, could I just ask you a question before the next person comes?
Certainly, please.
One
go
quick
ahead.
question. Has the state legislature rescinded the law they put into effect that we had to do that? Are there legislation that we had to follow through on what we're doing now? In other words, the legislature told us we had to do it. We don't know. If we don't do it today, how do we know what the legislature is going to do? I was shocked at what they did the last time.
Ms. Fartwell.
That bill was not changed in the last session. Our obligation to continue the F Street project was
Yes.
not changed in the last session.
So that the state still is mandating us as of this date to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward.
Good morning, Mayor and the council. I want to show you a picture of Mother Ethel Pearson. In 1950, she was the
I'm sorry,
one.
could you state your name, please, and could I trouble you to take off your hat? I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Even though you're a veteran, I see that. Thank you.
I am R.B.L. Hambrick, a veteran of 3 wars. I reside at 603 West Adam Avenue on the corner of F Street. And I'm one of the ones that just received the Medal of Honor here. And I'm here today to honor Mother Pearson, who started that first march in 1950 when the mayor was C.D. Baker. And this article that I have here from the Benton Harbor, Michigan, which reported that. And it's been 62 years since that did happen. And I would just like to say on that, it's been 62 years since this first got started. We need to resolve this matter now. And I would like to say, even I had some veterans the other day that I used to take to the doctor back and forth and coming through F Street, and they wanted to go over and to see the purple color. But some was in a wheelchair and they couldn't even go all the way down to Martin Luther King and come back in and see that. And I just want to close with several things. We need to close this deal today. And I would like to add also and say, you spent over $17 million closing it wrongfully. And in order to correct that mistake, I would urge and ask you to expedite this and open it today.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else right now, please? Come forward, state your name.
I'm Dr. S.S. Rogers, pastor of the Greater Mount Sinai Missionary Recruiting Ministry of Las Vegas, Nevada. I've been a resident of Clark County for 52 years. I can remember all the streets who run from Owens back to Bonanza, every street, A, B, C, all of them was there. All those streets ran out, but due to the closing, the freeway came through in human domain. Those streets was closed at that time. Now we at the point that this has already been stated. I want to thank our councilman, Barlow, who will stand firm, and you as new mayor, and these things come forward, and I've been active in our community for years. And we've had a lot of money for access to West Las Vegas, but in the process, none of the money has got to West Las Vegas to revive West Las Vegas. Some of you might remember the Weed and Seed program. That was another program that we had. I worked on that program as well. That was supposed to weed out and revive. But any of that money there was funded back to West Las Vegas. It was used for various organizations, like Police Department got their share, but West Las Vegas never got its share to revive that community. So I'm saying today that on record that we will vote unanimously today, 7-0, that this continue. We know it's going to be open because it has been already funded. And I know the rest of the council members who has a pause of this. That's your agenda, but we want to see this F Street reopen, and it will be reopened, that we can have the funding. I used that street for 52 years before it was closed. From my church back, and I took a shortcut. I call it the back road. Come from F Street over, cross to Main Street. So let us be fair with each other. Let us work with Councilman Barlow and with the city have already funded, money been funded, that this would be closed today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pastor.
Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. My parents, and your parents also, always told us that if a wrong was done, it has to be set right. And this is what we have to do now. It costs us a lot of money, but it has to be set right. We did something wrong.
Thank you very much. Councilman Barlow, did you make the motion?
Yes, Mayor. My motion would be to move for approval subject to all conditions.
That First Amendment?
And First Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Thank you very much. Motion passes. And we will move on. Items 48 and 49 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We will now move on to new bills. Item number 50, item 50 through 52, bills 2012 through 17 through 2012 through 19 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, April 17th. I'd like to have this bill read, please.
Your Honor, we'll be happy to read them, but if I could beg your indulgence for a moment, I have two guests here this morning. One, you probably recognize, Judge Fred Kessler is with us. He is going to begin the redistricting process this afternoon. We have a meeting with the city manager immediately following this morning's session and your closed-door session, and we'll meet all day tomorrow, and hopefully we'll get the ball rolling on that. So I'd like to welcome Judge Kessler back.
We welcome you. Very exciting to see you.
I would like to say he was retired, but I think you keep him so busy with redistricting that would be a misnomer. And to the right of Judge Kessler is a friend of mine, Calder Gabroy. Calder is a senior at UNLV. He is pre-law. He has got top-notch grades, and I don't have a doubt he will be in Boyd Law School next year. And I've invited him down here today to meet the council and to read the new bills.
Well, how exciting. Congratulations to you, and good luck. So read away.
Thank you. Bill number 2012-17, an ordinance to adopt by reference an updated version of Title 19 of the Municipal Code, known as the Unified Development Code, including corrections and clarifications identified as necessary or appropriate since the adoption of the initial version, and to provide for other related matters. Bill 2012-18, an ordinance amending the supplemental document to the city's administrative code to repeal and replace the provisions pertaining to the Board of Appeals for the purpose of establishing term limits for board members and to provide for the other related matters. Bill number 2012-19, an ordinance to amend the Town Center Development Standards Manual regarding the special use permit standards applicable to secondhand dealers to allow the sale of all types of jewelry on a consignment basis, to allow the sale of wearing apparel on both a consignment and a non-consignment basis, as well as the purchase and exchange of wearing apparel, and to provide for the other related matters.
Thank you very much. You read very well, except for the jellies instead of the jewelry.
Thank you.
That was fine. And good luck to the rest of the law world. These were just to be read, I understand, and made record. And so we will move on to item 53, which is, excuse me? Yes, 48 and 49 are to be considered later. So we are now at lunch, and we will recess until 2 o'clock, if that's all right with everyone, 2 o'clock. So we will see you back here at that time. Thank you. Okay, let's reconvene into our afternoon session. And we are now on agenda item number 54 for possible action. Any items from the afternoon session that the council staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Anthony.
We have no items, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We will move on to...
Mayor,
Yeah, I'm hearing you. There you are.
are we talking about the afternoon items?
Yes, we are.
Yes, I would like 2 items to be held in abeyance.
Okay, they are
Item number 60 and 61
60 and 61.
for 30 days.
30 days. Okay. We're enough to vote. Would you put that in the form of a motion?
Yes, my motion would be to move to abate items 60 and 61 until the first meeting in May. Is that 30
2nd?
days?
May
Or is that
2nd?
the second meeting? May 2nd will be my motion.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion. Would you please vote? Please post. And he said he might be a little late, and
Slow, Madam Mayor, not late.
full tummy. Okay, will you please post? Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Councilman Ross had an appointment. He said he might be a little bit late.
He's changing clothes.
I won't repeat that in public. Okay, we are moving on now to item 55, public hearing on local improvement district for special improvement district number 1485, Alta Drive, Rancho Drive to approximately 275 feet west of Lacey Lane, landscape maintenance, fiscal year 2013. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. It's a public action, a public hearing only, no action is required, and so it is open. And we have Ms. Dunford.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Lori Dunford, Public Works, Special Improvement District Office. This is SID 1485 for Alta Drive. It is our landscape maintenance district. It is on Alta Drive from Rancho Road west to just west of Lacey Lane.
Is that the winding road?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
There are 37 parcels in the district. It is assessed on an area basis, and it covers the maintenance costs for the landscaping and the utilities. Our budget for this next year is proposed to be $75,800. That is about 21% higher than last year, principally due to increased water usage and fees. Our water usage this year is projected to be $10,000 higher than it was for fiscal year 2012. And this increase also allows for replanting of the materials due to natural attrition.
A question on that, isn't that desert landscaping?
It is shrubs and trees, yes.
Most of it's desert.
But it is densely
But
vegetated.
some of it isn't. It's desert tolerant. And
Correct.
some of it's desert and some of it's desert tolerant. But I
Right.
don't understand, the increase was 10%? What did you say?
The proposed increase in assessments is 21%.
21% for each person?
No, well, yes, it would be carried over into for each person. It is last year our budget was $62,800, and this year it's proposed for $75,800.
Do you know how much we returned to these people? Remember, we had a little extra amount in it, and we gave a rebate back. I'm just trying to balance out if we
Sure.
gave the rebate against how much this percentage is.
Absolutely, I have those figures here.
I don't
We
understand
returned $11,000 prorated or proportionally across the district.
So about half of, well, 11,000.
The proposed increase for this next year is 13,000.
How many homes is this affecting?
There's 37 parcels. Some are not developed. There's a few vacant parcels. And this district has no interest. It's assessed every year. So every year we come forward with the proposed budget for the next year, and then that is split into 4 quarterly payments with no interest. So the payments are due in July, October of 2012, January and April of 2013. We did have one protest filed for the district with the city clerk's office by Mr. William Walsh.
Who is here today?
He is.
Right.
Could I, Mayor, could I just ask, could you just give a brief summary of the history of this?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
So we can understand, because there's some misunderstanding, I think. This was not something proposed by the city. This was the homeowners at the time that came to the city. And I would just like to cover that exactly, because I believe this is the only maintenance of such a maintenance that we have in the city. Is that correct?
This is the only street beautification maintenance project that we have.
Street unification maintenance and the reason why, as I understand, was because the citizens who owned the homes at that time came to the city and asked for it.
That's
Okay.
correct.
If you could just cover that quickly so that everybody here will be aware.
Sure. In probably late 2000, early 2001, the property owners approached the councilman at the time, Councilman McDonald, about what they could do to discourage people from traveling through their neighborhood. Alta Drive is an 80-foot wide right-of-way, so it's essentially could be potentially a 4-lane road. And they were concerned their properties front this busy corridor. We had a number of neighborhood meetings, both with the people that front Alta Drive, but then also with the adjacent properties north of Alta Drive, which have their primary access off of Alta Drive. And the concept, working with the property owners, was to provide a 2-lane meandering road through the corridor with landscape enhancement, narrow the road to discourage people who are trying to take a shortcut from Charleston or the US 95.
A rapid shortcut.
Exactly. Right. And then also beautify the area. So there were 2 special improvement districts created for this. The first was Special Improvement District 1484, which provided for the landscaping, the initial installation of the landscaping, curb and gutter, street lights on the north side, and sidewalk on the north side of Alta Drive. That was a 10-year assessment district, and the final payment on that will be April 1st, 2013.
Might I question you, was that SID picked up by everybody north of Alta in the Alta and Campbell group? Did everybody get the assessment or just the frontage homes?
It was only the fronting parcels.
And it went past Campbell, it went to Lacey.
Right, it did. It goes all the way actually to the Water District property, the edge of the Water District property. We did have a number of property owner meetings, but because this was a different type of special improvement district, being a maintenance district, and that it would come back every year in perpetuity, we had a number of property owner meetings with the people that fronted Alta, as well as those properties north of Alta. This was one where the city was not going to move forward with this district unless we had greater than 90%. NRS 271 says we have to have greater than 51%. We can't have more than 51% protest a district. Well, in this case, the city wanted greater than 90% support before we would move forward with something like this. The properties north of Alta, they could not reach a consensus. They did not want to participate.
That's Rancho Circle.
Rancho Circle.
Whose homes back up to Alta.
Right, and also the gated community north of the church. I believe Rancho Nevada.
No, is that Rancho Nevada?
I think it's Rancho Nevada.
Oh, right, that's north of Our Lady, not Our, yeah, Our Lady.
Our Lady of Las Vegas.
I didn't know it was gated at that time.
Mm-hmm. And so the councilmen met with the property owners that fronted Alta and said, if we take it to all of these people, we probably will not have the support, very likely will not have the support, and the project's going to die. Do you still want to go forward? And the property owners agreed that that was what they wanted. So when we created the district in 2002, there were no protests at the provisional order public hearing when we were creating this. So the property owners were in support at that time.
And you had no protests during those other meetings, public meetings, when they voted?
When it was being created, no. At City Council. I mean...
And that other, the Rancho Nevada one isn't exactly on Alta. The church is on Alta, and some of the church housing is on Alta. The rest of it is part of the CID, on that side of the
Correct.
street. From
Correct.
Campbell up.
The only parcels that do not participate in the district as it stands today are the church. We didn't put any landscaping right in front of the church itself. The church does own 2 parcels west of Campbell, and they do participate. They are included.
Yeah, yeah.
There is also the properties that back up to Alta from Rancho Circle. They do not participate as the district stands today. And the professional development at the southwest corner of Rancho and Alta does not participate. Similar to the church, they had their improvements. We did not install any landscaping right there in front of us.
This point, this is a public hearing for anybody who wants to make comment on it, but this 21% will be increased to everybody who fronts on Alta, and it will be enforced even on those properties that are currently for sale, correct? And on the vacant property land holders.
Let me take it one at a time. The increase in assessments, this is a proposed budget. I have to cover the water costs, but I did build in a little extra because it's our goal that the corridor be beautiful all year long. And what we've been able to accomplish this last year, year and a half, is that when a plant dies, we're able to get it replaced right away. We were able to use some surplus money from a prior year to accomplish that. And our goal is to be able to continue that so that there isn't a patch of plants that is dead for 6 months or a year. We want to be able to be proactive and get those switched out as soon as possible.
And the indebtedness on creating this curving roadway will never be set to rest, because there will always be that cost of replacement and water and anything else, correct? So anybody who buys on the street forever will have this SID.
The way it stands today, yes.
Okay.
And what we told the property owners 10 years ago was that we wouldn't make any changes to the maintenance district until the improvement district, 1484, was paid off. As I mentioned, that will be paid off April 1st, 2013. So next year, we may be able to look at changes. And some of the property owners have expressed an interest of trying to increase the area, basically increase the boundaries of the district and include those properties that back up to Alta and Rancho Circle. Many of them do have driveways. They utilize them, I'm told, And so there is a benefit there.
But I think what the mayor was asking was, if I owned a home there in 2000, and I signed up for this SID in 2002, and I sold my home to her in 2010, is she still liable for what I signed for in the SID?
Yes.
And isn't that in perpetuity?
Yes, as it stands right now.
As it's, well, okay, then how would it change?
We're still looking into some of that based on some of the property owners' questions and concerns. Again, we are not recommending any changes until next fiscal year because we need to discuss with the attorneys, bond counsel, to see what are the repercussions if we make any changes to this particular district.
And basically, you have to get this information into the state or someplace, don't you?
We have to have a budget in place by June 30th.
And that's, so you have a time problem there, too.
Correct.
To make any changes, because if changes are made, it would take a long time to have all the public meetings and everything. Okay, I'm just
Yes.
trying to understand.
But as properties are sold, our assessment rolls and the documents that created this district are searchable in a title search. They're recorded with the county recorder, and so it would be known to them.
So if the mayor bought my house in 2010, and she tells me in 2011 that she didn't even know that was there, I just say to her, well, it was there for you to read. Okay. All right, thank you. I just
And the
wanted-
rest of Ward 1 or any other ward that has not got a special improvement such as Alta, the city maintains that and does not increase charges based on increased, who cares, water, salaries, anything?
I'm not sure I understand your question. This is the only type of maintenance district
This
that
is
we
the
have
only
in
one.
place.
Right. Every other median of every other neighborhood that does not have a special improvement fee is just simply maintained, and you absorb that, the city. We absorb that.
There's a couple of different types of agreements. On some of the median islands where there's landscaping, there is an offsite, there's an agreement between the property owners and the city that the property owners are maintaining that island. They have some sort of association or, that they're committing to maintain it. There are median islands that the city does maintain, but those are primarily on arterial streets, which are at least 100-foot right-of-way or greater.
I know, because the question had come up that we have made restoration on Rancho, and we made that restoration because over 15 years, nothing was done at Rancho. Those plants died, the sprinklers corroded, and the same on Charleston. And so the question came up, why would the city pay for that but not pay for Alta? And as I'm understanding your answer, correct me if I'm wrong, your answer is that the major streets which are arterials, we have a responsibility there. We do not have a response, and we have to maintain that. But we do not have a responsibility in a collector street, and that particularly when we didn't want it. In other words, we had no reason to want it. It was the people who came to us. Is that the key, that the people came to the city?
That is correct.
And there's a public hearing?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I'm just curious, is this water, is this regular city water that they use for landscaping?
We have a meter with the water district.
The reason
and
I
pay
ask,
the fees, yes.
a lot of these properties along there way back when were horse properties, and they should have their own well allotment from the state engineer. It seemed to me that it'd be a lot cheaper to pump their own water. Thank you.
I will tell you, if I could just reply to that, you're absolutely right. A lot of them did have their own wells. However, their wells are old, they broke down, and when they broke down, the water district put pressure on them so that the water district could acquire the wells, so that the water district then would cover everything. So there are still a few wells. Rancho Circle has their own well, but it's chugging along. But the others don't. For example, in the street right behind on Pinto, most of those people don't. So that's what's happened.
You're down to my left.
Hello?
Councilman, you have to turn off, Councilwoman.
Turn off their mic.
Councilman Barlow, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I remember, I wasn't on the council, obviously, but I remember when this was done. This is a tremendous favor done for those residents. City could have put in a nice 4-lane highway through there. It was inevitable that it would happen as growth reached out. But because these folks know everybody, they knew who to go to and what buttons to push. And they came in and got it. Frankly, I don't understand anybody objecting to this because the alternative is not very nice, not very pretty. And so they got a good deal there, and I hope people understand that. It adds to their house value, for goodness sakes. So I hope, that we don't have many more objections than one Mr. Walsh, who has forgotten what that's really doing for his property. Thank you.
Councilwoman,
may I?
You have to push back on? No. Okay. Yes, sir, please state your name.
My name is Anthony Hardis. This is the city, but it used to be in the county? Was this probably at one time in the county?
I think it's always been.
Is in the county, or it's always been in the city?
It's always been in the city.
And you was on a well system at one time? So everything's...
Most of the properties back in the 50s and 60s were wells.
Was wells, but it was still in the city?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, I can't talk about it. It was in the city, I can't help you. I can beat you up with the county, I'm sorry about that.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, please step forward, state your name.
My name is William Walsh. I'm the one that put the petition in with the city clerk. And I've got some comments to make, but first, some of the things that I've heard so far, I need to respond to. Councilman Kaufman.
Councilman Coffin.
Your view of what was back in the year 2000, 2001, in terms of the people and their estimate of what should be done is different than the people that live there today. Furthermore, the, let's see, what's the right word? The intimidation that a 4-lane highway would go in there is not appropriate. If I go on the other side of Valley View on Alta, it is not a 4-lane highway. It's about the same width, and I really doubt if there would be a 4-lane highway. So that's to me, that is more like a scare attitude than anything else. So I just do not believe that. And I live in this Serpentine area, and I've been there since 2004. I was not part of the original people.
Your Honor, I'd like to help him out here. The city needed a 4-lane road there, not a highway, a 4-lane road. It needed it, and in answer and in response to the demands, the requests of the people who lived there before you, the city bent over backwards and created this one and only SID for this kind of thing. Good for you, though.
This is the first time I've heard that, and I've had a couple of meetings where I've been involved with the people that were there originally.
That's what an 80-foot right-of-way is for. Sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mean...
The original view was that the road was in disrepair and it needed to be repaired, and that's why it was changed. There are some other things.
Excuse me, sir. Councilwoman Tarkanian did want to speak.
Mr. Walsh, if I could just say, please, in the reason why, because I don't know if you lived there at the time, and I did live there at the time, and I think I told you yesterday that the great worry was exactly as Councilman Coffin is remembering. I didn't know he remembered that, but it is, and the people were almost in a panic. They did not want their rural feeling ruined, and they wanted to put a 4-lane highway right through that spot, and that's what was making them so nervous. And I mean, I don't know, I don't think you weren't living on Alta at that time.
No, I wasn't.
But people on Alta, because I knew many of them at that time, they were very, very concerned. Marjorie Barrick was one of them, and they were very concerned about having a 4-lane road, and they pushed this.
Well, back then, in 2005, when the SID came up for renewal.
2002, it was.
I know that, but let me get to something which comes back to that. The first time I had a chance to address the council was in 2005 about SID 1485. And
Could you talk in the mic a little bit more?
And it was pointed out that there was a lot of public testimony that was published, and I should go look at that. I did. I read through all of that. And the message that came through at that time, of reading all of that material, was there was concern that the road was in disrepair. There was nothing more to that in terms of being scared that it was a 4-lane highway going to be put in there. There was nothing going to be done whatsoever. The city was not going to do anything. And so the SIDS got broken down, according to the testimony, into 2 parts. The one, the capital improvement, which is the road, the sides of the road, and the sidewalk that is done on one side of the street. And then a separate SID 1485 was going to be set up so that it would take care of the maintenance and the refurbishment and the sustaining of it until it was completely self-sufficient.
I think just in light of time and everything
Yes.
else, Mr. Walsh, your point, because this is a point of information only and it's not a motion and a vote, was
All right,
there?
but I do have more to say.
Well, can you condense it and make the point? And I don't mean to be rude, but we do have more agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will. I was trying to.
No, it's okay. You were responding. You're right on point, going
Right.
back to the history.
In
Thank you.
in the letter that I sent to the county clerk, which should be part of your package, is basically I was saying the original goal for the 1485 SID was to provide funding to the city for new original landscaping, and it was between roughly Rancho and Valley View. For about a decade, the district has assessed the homeowners to take care of the maintenance of that landscaping. I need to point out that not all of those parcels, and I think the ones that are not shown on, that touch Alta, the Aron Rancho Circle, are not part of this SID. However, they are getting the benefit of it with landscaping and usage of that section of Alta. The conclusion that some of the homeowners have is that it's time for the maintenance district activity, the maintenance in that district, to revert back to the city, just like it is in many other parts of the city. To continue at the end of approximately 10 years to continue levying the tax on the homeowners is de facto double taxation. We are paying to the county real estate taxes. A portion of those get moved over to the city for public works activities, which this is basically public works activity, and I think it falls into that definition.
Well, I think you've made your point. I know the letter's on file, and you have that.
Madam,
the city clerk has that as well.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to just put this up. To show you that the other misconception is that the NRS 271 that is referred to by the city officials here does have a provision
Commercial area.
It allows for SIDS.
Let me interrupt you here and ask our attorney on this item that's in front of you, if you can read it, please.
What's his issue on this? I'm not sure what the point
It
is
says
here.
that you can petition to end the SID. And that's what NRS 271-296 specifically states. And it says that if you create a petition by those that are affected by it, then the council has to review and decide on that basis. Now,
This is actually for a commercial area vitalization project.
Isn't this?
And this is a street beautification project.
It's a what?
Street beautification project.
Well, under my definition, this applies. And,
It's not a commercial area vitalization project, though. I mean, those are defined separately, I think, in the code. But this is a street beautification project.
I think my interpretation is what I want to go by. You can have yours, but what I'm trying to get across here is there are, with a minimum polling, I've found that approximately 1/3 to 2/5 of the homeowners are not happy with continuing the SID, and they would like to have it stopped, terminated. And what I'm
I think that's
asking
at
for-
this point, it's a legal matter, and I think your point's been made, and we have that on file, and yes, sir.
I just wanted, just to clarify for your sake and for the gentleman's, that a commercial area vitalization project is defined by NRS 271-063 and includes the beautification and improvement of the public portions of any area zone primarily for business or commercial purposes, including without limitation public restrooms, facilities for outdoor lighting, decorations, fountains,
Landscaping as
that kind
well.
of thing. So this is not what we're discussing.
Well,
This is a residential
This
area.
is a street beautification project and not a commercial
Okay.
vitalization project.
Thank you. But we do have your letter, and it is on file.
I have, before
And-
you want to finish this section, I would like to request.
Can you speak into the microphone? The other one, because it's on, that one's not on.
I
Thank
would
you.
like to request a stoppage in terms of making a vote today until I have a little bit more time to contact the rest of the homeowners to get a large percentage, more than 50% of the homeowners to agree to a petition to ask for it.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. This is a public hearing. There is no action required today on our part here at the council.
There isn't? I
No,
thought
no
that's what it
action.
was for.
No action. So, I mean, feel free to, and please, because you are in Ward 1.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
That you would, in fact, contact Councilwoman Tarkanian's office.
I met at his house last night with him, and I told him the legal aspect of this is, and that I also had spoken to our attorney yesterday in the CMO briefing, and that we need to follow whatever was signed at that time and is in legal binding. I don't think there would be time enough to do anything in collecting a full petition. You'd have to have a certain number of meetings with the neighborhoods. And when you have a petition, you have to explain on the petition, at least for most of us, to be sure it's valid, that they understand what it's all about. You can't just say, you know, we don't want to have it anymore, because you have to say what are the pros and what are the cons. And then I can understand. Now, today I got a call from Frank Hawkins, and he says definitely he wants to keep it. Alan Stock called in, and he feels it should stay. And we had a gentleman at that meeting you attended that also wanted to keep it. So I'm just saying that there are other people, and it takes time to get all of them. If you wanted to do something as a citizen, I think you have that right to do it, but I don't think you could do it for this year. I think you'd have to start now for next year.
And
That
I would
be my
highly
feeling.
recommend when you contact Councilman Councilwoman Tarkanian, that perhaps she could have one of our legal staff there, so you know what you're dealing with from the legal point of view. And I thank you for your concerns, and you've got a beautiful neighborhood, and thank you, Councilwoman, and thank you very much.
He has a beautiful house also. And you know what? We appreciate having your comments. It's just that we have to follow rules and regulations ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor and Council, just one more last point. In doing our research on this issue, there doesn't appear to be an opt-out provision in these SIDs, so that we may be, broaching new ground if we try to opt out now.
The only thing I was hopeful is that as he contacts Councilwoman Tarkanian, you could at least, or someone from staff, legal staff, could advise, these are the options, this is the time frame, this is what you have to do here, so you're just not up against the blank wall. So, thank you very much, and we will now move on to item 56. Public hearing on local improvement district for the Special Improvement District 1516 Fremont Street Maintenance District, Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street. This is in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. This public hearing, this again is a no action required. So it is a public hearing which I declare open. Ms. Dunford.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Lori Dunford, Public Works. This project is a commercial area vitalization project on Fremont Street from Las Vegas Boulevard to 6th Street, or I'm sorry, 8th Street. Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street. There are 34 parcels in the district. It is also assessed on an area basis and also depends on what street the property fronts. So it's a weighted assessment. Those properties directly adjacent to Fremont and fronting Fremont pay a higher assessment than those that say front Ogden or Carson. There are 15.62 acres in the district to cover the assessments over. This will cover the costs from July 2012 to June 2013. Our proposed budget is the same as last year, $252,402. Similar, the payments are quarterly with no interest. Again, these assessments are levied each year to pay for the security, landscape and sign maintenance, utilities, and promotional events and marketing for the Fremont East Entertainment District. There have been no protests filed with the clerk's office on this district.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name.
Anthony Hodges, and all the improvements on Fremont Street in that area, it's looking really good. So, and going on down the road, it's going to get even good all the way down to where the
Four Corners.
What the blue ain't all the way down to there. Hey, it's looking good. Hey, any improvement is always good. Have a good day.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Then we will move on. Thank you very, very much. We'll move on to item number 57. Public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $10,819.35 in out-of-pocket costs, $450 in failed inspection civil penalties, and $53,050 in daily civil penalties for a total of $64,319.35 recorded against the property located at 222 West Cleveland Avenue. The property owner, West Cleveland Avenue Trust. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. It is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the property owner present?
Yes, I am.
And your name, please?
It's Eddie Haddad.
Hi, Eddie. How are you?
Nice seeing you
And
again.
nice to see
Saw you
you.
in
And
NASCAR.
Mr. Baus. How are you?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Mike Baus, Code Enforcement Manager. The major cross streets to this property are Las Vegas Boulevard and Sahara. And for the record, this was a fourplex apartment building that suffered severe fire damage. This property was in foreclosure, and during the abatement process, we were dealing with the previous property owner, Cynthia Glickman, who failed to comply with the notices and orders and necessitated the city taking the abatement action. Since that time, the property has been acquired by West Cleveland Avenue Trust. This case originated in July of 2010. Again, it was a fire damaged structure. As a result of noncompliance by the property owner, we had to spend city funds to demolish the building, remove refuge and waste, and dead vegetation. Our out-of-pocket expenses for that work are $10,819.35, and then the total civil penalties are $53,500. For clarification, this is commercial property. Those civil penalties accrue at $1,000 a day as opposed to $500 a day for residential. So the total outstanding monies owed on the property, including out-of-pocket expenses and civil penalties, are $64,319.35. You assessed those costs as a lien against the property at your February 16, 2011 City Council meeting. To date, nothing has been paid. The property value pursuant to Zillow as of March 15th of this year is $95,200, and staff recommendation is for denial of the waiver.
Is there a buyer for the property?
I'm working on either a buyer or some kind of redevelopment. I've been acquiring in that area, and I have other property in that area, and I'm very much in compliance with the city ordinance and making sure that the properties remain in compliance. So yes, there's future plans for development as well, and contemplating working with developments and other groups as well.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, this is a little different than the property that Mr. Haddad brought to us in the fall, which is he did a good thing there when he took a property near Oki and the Boulevard and is rehabilitating this multi-unit apartment. And we forgave, I believe, all of the administrative fines on that one and charged him hard costs. I think this is similar, not exactly the same, but we don't have a property here. We've got a vacant property, which has to be kept up.
Yes.
But I think that by keeping it up, you'll eventually develop this and you'll add value to the tax rolls, and I think we'll be all right. So I would be willing to, we have to charge you the hard costs, which adds, and I'm sorry, usually I have it all added up for me. The staff frequently does that for me, but here I don't see what the math would be, Mike, if we totaled all the hard costs together, which is the abatement, the demo costs, plus the inspection, the 450 in failed inspection civil penalties, but levied just those and forgave the 53,000 in daily civils, what that would work out to be. Well, then I would take the mayor's comment as a motion, having done the addition, as a reasonable motion. But I don't, if we've got other additional comments, Your Honor, we have Mr. Farlow up here to speak. So before I make my motion, then I guess I'd better wait for all the comments to come in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. This is in regards to all the properties. When there's fire damage like that, it's imperative that those things get out of there immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You are so wise. What's the number? I see the mathematician. Of course, here we have, is he there? Is our new council person there? Did you add it up in your head? What is the number?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The number is $11,269.35.
Okay. So there you are. No, I think you added correctly. 9, 6, 12.
I'm waiting for them to finish their conference.
It's $6.99. I gave us an extra $400.
All right, then, Your Honor, I think if that's amenable to the council, I move that we waive the daily civil penalties of $53,050 and levy the actual out-of-pocket costs, including that small amount of failed inspection civil penalties, because that took time, and levy $11,269.35 on this property.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Thank you. I saw it briefly. The motion carried. Good luck on the
Okay.
property.
Thank you very much
And
for your cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Bowes and Councilman.
You keep
And-
developing, all right?
Absolutely, yes. Keep bringing it in. Thank you.
Excuse me. And we are now on to agenda item 58, public hearing for possible action to consider a request for waiver and/or a reduction of civil penalties in the amount of $45,200 recorded against property located at 5733 Royal Castle Lane. The property owner is U.S. Bank National Association Trust, and this is in Ward 6, Councilman Ross. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the property owner present?
Yes, Your Honor. Jory Garabedian on behalf of U.S. Bank.
Your microphone is, there we go. Would you repeat that again, please?
Jory Garabedian on behalf of U.S. Bank.
Mr. Bowes?
Mayor and members of the council, the major cross streets to this property are Ann Road and Tenaya. This property is, am I not on? The major cross streets are Ann and Tenaya to this property. Again, this property was in foreclosure at the time that the city took the abatement action and has since been acquired by U.S. Bank. This case originated in 2008, and the abatement work was completed in December 31st of 2008. The abatement work completed by the city consisted of removal of refuge waste, high vegetation. The out-of-pocket expenses incurred by the city in the abatement was $1,439.20, and those costs have been paid. In addition, there were failed civil penalties in the amount of $1,450, and those costs have been paid. So the item before you today deals with a waiver of the remaining daily civil penalties, which is $45,200. The property value pursuant to Zillow as of March 15th of this year is $99,100, and again, staff recommends denial of the waiver.
Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. I'm going to, this is a case where, the bank actually came through and paid all
everything,
yeah, except for the civil penalties. Jory and I worked this out along with staff in regards to requiring them to come up with 10% of the civil penalties, and I think that's amenable to make that happen. Have you got that dollar amount, Mr. Bowles, so we can get it on the record?
That's for
You said 10% of the civil penalties,
yeah, 10%
since
of the civil
everything else is
penalties,
paid off.
$4,889.02, something to that effect.
The remaining civil penalties is $45,200, so 10% would be $4,520.
Jory, you okay with that? Your client's good with that?
We're completely amenable to that.
And this property, by the way, council members and mayor, is in escrow, or, they were getting ready to sell it. It's ready to go, rock and roll, except for this one
Great.
holdup. So let's get this
Pretty
thing back on,
Yep.
get some people back in that
Okay.
property. That's my motion, Mayor.
Okay, we do have some public comment. Please come
Thank you.
forward.
Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Ross, I understand that you want to get this escrow and get it occupied. I understand that. But these banks never had any sympathy on the rest of us. And I don't think that we ought to have any sympathy on them.
Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name.
My name is Anthony Hart. Mr. Ross, you're going to make up your own mind. I ain't getting in the middle of this, but it is a bank. Get some kind of money. Thank you.
All right. With that, Mayor.
Okay, there's a motion, everyone. Please vote.
I have one more comment.
one more comment.
In light of what Todd said, Marshall, would you arrest that guy that represents the bank, please? Just kidding. I get it, Todd. Thank you very much. Now, that's my motion, Mayor.
To arrest him?
I'm sorry. To have the. Here, do you need a book? No, I'm good.
Where were you at lunch?
To get $4,520 from the bank, and when can we expect the check?
Within 30 days.
Within 30 days. That's my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Did you vote? Yes. Okay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Good luck to you. Okay, we will now move on to item number 59, consent agenda. Items 59 through 59, because 60 and 61, am I not correct, have been obeyed. So item 59 is considered to be routine and is recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. Do I have a motion to approve item 59, please?
Yes, Your Honor, you do have a motion. I move that we grant the extension of time on item 59.
There's a motion to approve item 59 and grant the extension. Please vote. Please post. Only one item, and that motion carries. So we are now on to item number 62, and this is RQR 44637, required review, public hearing. Applicant owner, Fisher Brothers Las Vegas LLC, for possible action to allow a request for required review of previously approved variance V005894 to allow a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign billboard 600 feet from another off-premise sign where 750 feet is the minimum separation required at 2900 Sirius Avenue. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present? And if so, please state your name.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Lucas Tucker, 300 South 4th Street, here on behalf of the applicant. This board's been there for several years, since the last time it was reviewed in 2008 or 9. It's been kept in good condition. The staff report noted a field check was done recently and there were no concerns noted, so we would respectfully request your approval, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. It is a public hearing. Any comments? Nope, they're cool. Okay. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
This board was placed there several years before I was a member of the council. You're correct, there have been no complaints about it, and not just on the conditioning of it, but I've had no complaints from any residents or anybody around there, anybody driving by in a car. Not a single comment. So I say that I move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Tucker. We are moving on to item number 63. EOT 44638, extension of time, non-conforming use, public hearing, applicant owner Garden City LLC for possible action on a request for an extension of time of a non-conforming use for a motor vehicle dealership, a new one, at 5750 Sky Point Avenue. This is in Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Ronaldo Taberti, managing member.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to be heard? Please come forward, and let me cut off my mic and see if yours goes on.
What I do? Press what button? It's on? Oh, okay, thanks. Well, all right. This is a business, right? It's a business? And they're in business, right? They're now in business?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, if they're in business and they're making money and got people working and so on, hey, it's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Mr. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. I would move to follow staff's recommendation for approval on agenda item 63.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post.
One quick comment. When you pass this ordinance, it has a 1-year review. If we could stretch it out to 3 to 5 years, it might be good. Thank you for your time, sir.
You passed the first part. Can't blame a guy for trying.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I can't blame him for trying. And I didn't catch your name, but if you'd like to come and visit with me, well, let's discuss this. But I mean, it has to be agended that way. I'm not going to change the condition today. So, but yeah, come visit me. Let's talk about it because I want you to get something going on there. That's a great location. I saw that.
A long-standing family in this community. Great family. Okay. No, it was too late. We already voted. All right, we are now, if I'm not correct, we're on to 64? Does that seem right? I'd instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance letter abatements. Thank you. And we move on to Agenda Item 65, Citizen Participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject's on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, please, and give your name. For the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda? Please state your name.
My name is Anthony Hart. I live 123 Sir David. Last time I was here and I was talking about the president, got a lot of people upset. So I want to make level the playing field. I want to talk about Mr. Romney now, the guy that's running for president also.
Do you have signed letters from him too, from
Well,
20 years
he
ago?
got he not only, but he got a deep family background because that Romney name into the Mormon church is very deep. That's all I'm saying. This man got, not only do you have money, but he's got a lot of backup. And he should have his chance to run for president. Hey, like they say, Kennedy had his day. Give Romney a chance to run too. That's all I got to say. And I got to speak on his behalf. Like I said something about the president the last time. I'm a man that want to be on, keep it even for both sides. What I'm trying to say, give Romney his break. Hey, run, Mr. Romney. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't forget to take your letter. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Please state your name.
Hello, I'm R. Joshua. Hello, there you go. My name is R. Joshua Collins, and I'm a public minister for the Lord Jesus Christ. And I know that most of you pledge allegiance to the flag when you come to these meetings, and we're pledging allegiance to one nation under God. But I see that that's not happening, and it's really one nation under gold. And a lot of that is causing big problems and also promoting and causing homelessness. And that's why a lot of people, I know that earlier today you were speaking about the homeless issue. And I know that Las Vegas, as Sin City, is contributing to the delinquency of minors and adults all over the world. And I just encourage you to take responsibility for that and to truly make this city one nation, or one city, I should say, under God. And, you know, I know that Councilman Coffin, I think you were stating that the homeless were a scourge on the community, based on the neighborhood, correct? Do you remember stating that earlier today? That's okay if you don't remember, but I see the casinos as more of the scourge, really. And they're the ones that are bringing in the immorality into the community, and we definitely need to get rid of those. Now, just encourage people to obey Jesus and remind people that sexual sin and greed leads to hell. Be sober, don't curse, smoke, gamble, or lie. And remember to look out for the poor. Jesus was homeless too. I'm not in support of, you know, encouraging their habit or supporting their habits, but realize that Las Vegas is encouraging people to do immoral things and come here and get drunk and to party. And then there's repercussions to that. They end up on the streets, living on the streets, and they can't get out of that cycle of addiction. And, you know, we got to bring an end to that in this city. And I know the Passover is coming up, and we're supposed to get the sin out of our lives. We should work to get sin out of the city, correct? You know, I'm not a Jew, of course. I'm a Christian. I know that Christ is the Messiah, and I encourage everyone to follow him. He's the only way to heaven. But, again, whether you're a Jew or a Christian, at this time period, we're supposed to be getting sin out of our lives, not into our cities and into our communities. And, again, just encourage people to, you know, not just remember you create more programs without God, but that's not the solution. When you need, Las Vegas essentially needs to get behind God's program and do what God wants, and keep your pledge to when you come here and you say I pledge allegiance to one nation under God, to truly, you know, keep your pledge and work to create a city that's under God, specifically the Lord Jesus Christ. Thanks for your time.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm new, and so I don't know if you come to every meeting, but as a matter of mic technique on these microphones, you can stand straight up, and we can actually hear you better than if you're right down on it like that. It's for the next time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council.
Good afternoon.
You have a beautiful new bill, and
thank you. Would you state your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Dorothy Barnes. I live at 8460 Amherst Ranch Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89131. So this is my first city council meeting of the year because I'm burdened down. I'm not seeking public office or running to be an overseer of anything. Once again, I have a problem with people entering Nellis Air Force Base, and I know the officers have sent me out there several times. I've talked to the security people at the gate, and I've been to the senator's office, which they referred me to the public affairs office, and then they referred me to the inspector general's office. Being a veteran, I know what the inspector general is supposed to do. They do have the authority to walk through like with a white glove and then find out why as a citizen is continually stressed and my name should have been removed off the program that I was complaining before you moved to this building. They are a threat to national security. That's why terrorists are attacking our nation. They are taking free citizens and put us in here under the occult. These people that are out on me, they practice the occult. And I don't know if they're connected with the Al-Qaeda, whatever you pronounce this thing, they're trying to come into New York. They are terrorists, and these people make terrorist threats. So I'm trying to protect myself, and stand my ground with this thing. They want to take away people's citizenship, and they want to rule people and make this nation really ungodly by, I know this is Sin City, they refer to it as Sin City, but there are Christian people that live in Sin City. There are citizens who have constitutional rights that may not want to be prostitutes or homosexuals or child molesters or whatever else they're trying to label people to sell illegal narcotics. But I'm continually bothered by them wanting to use my distress signal. When your husband was in this office, they reissued my distress signal several times. And that's what I told the Inspector General's office, and they told me, well, call OSI, which is the Office of Special Investigation, which I called them, and the gentleman wouldn't give me his name that I spoke with. I asked him for his name and badge number, so when I come before people in authority, I can say, well, I spoke to this person and that person, and nothing has been done. They keep giving me the runaround. My life is continually threatened. I have 5 or 6 doctors for different conditions. My doctors are just frustrated because they can't get the truth. They're hurting my health.
I think the only thing I can tell you anyway, Mrs. Barnes, I know you've been before us again, is to go to the social services and see if they can help you.
They can't. I've been to them.
I know this council is not in a position to do anything. Our attorney, any other comment, any question, any statement that you can make to give some advice here?
Other than what you've been doing and go to the social service agency, that's all we can do, Mayor.
So, I mean, I know you will want to be coming back, and there's just nothing. I mean,
and I've
I know
offered
you've been
people to give
before
me a
us.
signature on a promissory note to help these people because what they're after is money. They after money, and I'm not a social
Right.
service office. I'm not the welfare office, but they're
No,
after
but the
using me to
social
get money.
services will take you, depending on what, the issues are, try to guide you, help you, and tell you where to go to get
I live
any
in
help that can
Councilman
be-
Ross' area. I've been there since November, and the people out there, I don't really know any of those people other than the people that I'm closely associated with, and they seem to be having trouble with those people out in that area to get some law and order. I've talked to the police out there. They seem like they really crazy. Mental health, I want to run a mental health check evaluation on the ones that are being allowed over me. Because sometimes, like that airline pilot and airline stewardess and the man that shot the people up in Oakland in the nursing school, sometimes they just have a problem and want to put it on you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Please come forward and make sure your microphone's on.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Beers, welcome to the council. My name is Todd, and I'm here to bitch and moan.
And he's here
But-
to stay.
but
He's
not-
more importantly, he's
But
here
more
to
importantly
stay.
today, Councilman Barlow, I didn't get to see you at the councilman, or coffee with the councilman, but I'm going to ask you to do something. On Bonanza between 14th and 13th Street, right on the hill there, I want you to drive by on this and look on the south side of the street and see what a marvelous job they've done with those rehabbing those apartments. They put a new paint scheme on them and that, and I mean these old apartments, it just brought them to life. And I was so impressed. The name of the outfit that owns them is a Rothwell and Gorst, I guess, properties out on Windmill or something. But I was so impressed, I even sent them a note. But I mean, I hope everybody goes there and see what can be done with some of these old properties, because it is really great. The other thing is, Councilman Anthony and Councilman Barlow, I was at First Tuesday last night, and I got escorted out. They didn't want to hear my comments. It's become a dog and pony show. So I'll see you at the Metro meeting at Physical Affairs. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just briefly, Mr. Farlow, 13th, Bonanza at 13th and 14th.
Between 13th and 14th.
As much as I would like to take credit for that, that lies within the boundary of Councilman Coffin. So it's actually
Councilman
Ward 3. Hold on. You've had your turn. I'm just responding to your comments. And you're not late at all, because momentarily I will be announcing that tomorrow is Coffee with the Councilman. So if you have an opportunity to make it out tomorrow, I'll love to see you there.
See you there.
Thank you.
All right.
Honor?
Anyone else wishing? Oh, Councilman Coffin.
I'm just going to tell Todd to, I'll drive by that property next week because Felipe and I are going to cover that part of the ward. I think it's right on the borderline between 3 and 5. And so we'll check it out. I know
I've been by, it's great.
I drove by your house last week too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we will now move on to item 66. Council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Is there any member of the council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda? And we will start with our brand-new baby councilman, Councilman Beers. Do you have anything you would like to announce?
I do not. Madam Mayor.
Okay, that was quick and simple.
I may attend coffee with Councilman Barlow tomorrow.
That is fun, depending on which coffee house he chooses. Okay, Councilman Ross.
Councilman Beers, I'd certainly make Councilman Barlow buy then. If that's the case. Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 fun announcements and 1 serious announcement. We'll start with the fun ones. On April 7th at Floyd Lamb Park at Tule Springs at noon, we will be having our annual Spring Fling celebration. It is also the ribbon cutting and fun walk around the new trail system at the environmental enhancement projects, or the detention basins, if you will, that the Regional Flood Control District just recently built out there. It is free. There will be jump houses and farmers market and all the wonderful, great things that are always out at Floyd Lamb at Tule Springs. Todd, come on out, bring some friends with you. Also on the 14th of April, the wonderful folks at Bonnie Springs Ranch will be doing their drama at the Centennial Hills Amphitheater at 5 p.m. It's going to be a great play, a great show. Finally getting some shows out there, some interest in theatrical things going on out there at the Centennial Hills Amphitheater. It is also, here's the important part, free to your families. So come on out if you want to spend a wonderful night. We're calling it Evening Under the Stars. Now the important one. In our effort as the City of Las Vegas to continue our relationship with Nevada Child Seekers, it sorrows me to announce today that we do have a missing juvenile. Her name is Cheyenne Iverson. She is 15 years old. She's 5'2", weighs 115 pounds. She has green eyes, blonde hair. She was last seen March 22nd. She has a pierced lip and nose and a blue streak on her hair. It was last time she was seen was around Decatur and Flamingo. It's unknown what she was wearing last. The blue streak in her hair should stick out. Cheyenne likes to hang out around the Las Vegas Strip and Desert Rose Tattoo Shop. If you have any information about this young lady, please contact Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7099. Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Thank you, and I would like to add, as they're going out to one of your celebrations, in honor of 2 of my 4 children's birthdays, which are almost back to back, our family bought, in celebration, a piece of a trail. And I encourage everybody, rather than just spend money on toys and junk and things that might not have any value, put money, save it up, buy a piece of a trail, buy a piece of a street to celebrate that occasion, whatever it is. And so hopefully you can find it. If not, I'll have to ask somebody on staff what I bought, where I bought it.
Yeah, was it out at Tule Springs on the trail?
It's out in that area,
Oh, I was
somewhere
unaware of
with
this.
new, but I have to find it. And I'm
All
not
right.
sure the sign's up, I just know I paid.
Well, if you have time, come on out and walk around the
Right.
park. Let me know. We'll walk around with
Thank you, thank you. Thanks so much. And Mayor Pro Tem, anything?
I have nothing.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I just wanted to give a formal welcome to our new councilman, Mr. Beers, and it's good to have you here. I want to tell you that you made far less mistakes than I did my first day. I don't think you made one, and I'm a little jealous of that, but you did very, very well. I was trying to push buttons, do whatever, and couldn't find my way.
And how about your husband?
Oh, yes, yes. We think my husband will be home on Friday. So he'll be with us over the Easter weekend, and I cannot tell you how relieved and pleased we are. And I also wanted to thank everybody in the community who sent cards and letters and beautiful flowers that are very much appreciated. He's just very anxious to get home, and he's yelling like an old coach would to get out of bed. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you. We're so glad to hear that. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Tomorrow, coffee with the councilman, and I look forward to purchasing a cup of coffee for our newest councilman, Councilman Beers. So thank you, Councilman Ross, for donating toward the cause.
Where's it going to be located?
Bonanza, thank you, Mayor. Bonanza and Rancho, Starbucks at Bonanza and Rancho. We are there the first Thursday of every month, and it seems like it comes so quick. We just had one on the 28th, Mayor, you and I, and very good turnout. And so I invite the community out to come out tomorrow to join me with coffee with the councilman to talk about anything that you would like to share with me. And in addition to that, I have a lot of great information on my website, so I encourage all of the viewers to please go on my website at www.lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward 5 for all of the updated and latest information taking place in and around Ward 5. And also, you can follow me on Facebook and Twitter. Thank you so very much.
You must have a lot of mail, is all I can tell you. I don't even know how you get to the council chambers when you have all of that. All right, Councilman Coffin, in your new seat way down there at the end.
Thank you, Your Honor, on the left where I belong. I just wanted to say thank you.
He's more comfy on the left.
Thank you. First, I want to congratulate former Assemblyman and Senator Beers on his ascension to the City Council. I think we've already seen that he's a sober and reflective voice on our council. And contrary to the advertising that might have indicated he was a firebrand and a tosser of grenades, we may get a chance to see that later. In any event, I wanted to just make sure that my neighbors in Ward 3 know that we have a couple of cleanups coming up in cooperation with Republic Services. The first one is this weekend, this Saturday, April 7th, in the area of Spencer, Oakey, Eastern, and St. Louis, the area bounded by those four streets, as well as some to the south, almost to Sahara. So make sure that you have all the big bad stuff except for paints and the usual things that are forbidden to be put into a garbage can. Get them out on the streets, and if you need help, let us know. And then also the following week, April 14th, we have a cleanup on the east end of the ward in the vicinity of Bonanza and Marion. And these are down near one of our, I think, the Sloan Channel. So we're doing our best to keep Ward 3 looking good as the #1 ward in Las Vegas, and we're doing our best. I just want to say something really nice happened this weekend. You all, if you didn't come to the Huntridge Park Sunday and see the Great Gatsby Party, you really missed something. Organized by the Huntridge Association, Melissa Clary and Kathleen Carr, they put together a fun event. People dressed up in late 20s F. Scott Fitzgerald type of costume and played music, and a couple of the local hangers-on, that is those who sometimes sleep in the park, managed to do some dancing for everybody. As long as they stayed on the fringes, they were welcome. So all in all, I think it was a sign of how that area is coming back and how Huntridge Park is becoming that little jewel in the neighborhood, the center of attention, something that the city is bringing back for all of us. So I thank you, Your Honor, for that opportunity. Turn it back to you.
Thank you, and I will close this again by joining my council colleagues and welcoming our new city councilman, who seems to have a knack for numbers, although he should be working and earning at home, doing his job and doing income tax for all of his clients. I also would like to encourage everybody to make sure you get tickets and go to the Smith Center for Performing Arts. There have been some great shows last night, Color Purple, then Sunday afternoon had a matinee, Golda's Balcony with Tovis Felcha, and it really is an incredible facility. Two, they're wonderful deals for residents and students to go to the National Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement, and that's a wonderful treat as well. And certainly I wish for those of you of Christian faith, happy Easter. For those of you of Jewish faith, happy and peaceful Pesach, Passover. And for those of you of no faith, be safe and good luck to you all. So thank you and peace to everybody. Thank you all, and always thank you to our staff. Bye. And we stand adjourned. Excuse me, not goodbye. What am I on the phone? Woo! Bye.